Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Studio engineer. Trust me. You gotta figure things out on your own, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Happy Thursday once again. It is Thursday, June 19, 2025. And Coffee and Tow comes to you live on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com, YouTube at 9:35, TikTok at 9:15, and I say welcome. All right, it is 4 hours of news from around the world. Well, we always have great conversation, and we always start the show with music. All right, we're going to kick it off in the Caribbean corner as always. But before we do that, I got to do this. A quick check-in. See how my people doing. Rosolo.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Oh, God. What's up, Rosolo? You sounding extra sprucey this morning.
Listen, I slept from like 8:30 last night till 8 this morning. Yes, I am well rested. I needed it. Yeah.
12 hours, girl.
Listen, and you know, of course I get up every 2 hours. You know me. I never slept straight through the night. But still, yes, I'm very grateful for the rest. I needed it, obviously. And and now I'm in.
Why am I laughing? Oh my God, I'm a total.
I don't know why you're laughing like that. I don't know where you know. I don't know where you laugh for. Where you laugh for?
No. Total idiot sometimes, but that's how I go.
You be laughing. But yes. Happy Thursday, everyone. Morning blessings, greetings. I hope everyone is having a blessed start to their day, depending on where you are. And continue to have a blessed day. Yes. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
They say it's Juneteenth, but every day is Juneteenth for me. So let's keep it pushing anyway.
You're a hot mess. Thank you, Ro. Alexia, Alexa, leave you for last because me need to have you have a conversation with the people them down there pan the rock. I don't know what's up with y'all down there, but I'll circle back to you, Alexia. Rastafari, what's up, girl?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, CIT family. Rosolo, man, I wish I can get some sleep like that.
We have to bottle it and send it over to you.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'll do. It's very rare, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we're gonna bottle it and send it for you, Ja.
I'm waiting for the day. I was trying to get in this morning and TikTok locked me out. I was like, wow, I missed one day and now TikTok don't want me no more. Okay. It was something in Spanish was coming up.
Well, I mean, you're over there in Mexico anyway.
Don't tell these people that.
You in Mexico, so you know what? Who knows? Yeah, but happy to hear you.
Happy to hear you guys.
Happy to hear you. As always. All right, Alex. Yes. Those days we have those days when we really have to shut out all the distractions and focus, put on those horse blinders, have tunnel vision, and accomplish the mission at hand,
But
right?
CIT is not a distraction. Let me just
Excuse me.
CIT is not a distraction.
Oh,
Everything else is. Everything else is.
you can't tell me it's up to no good. Because I'm coughing. Excuse me. I didn't, whatever I'm about to say, not supposed to come out of my mouth. Alexia, come to the front. But before me have a good laugh, I came across a video as I was playing the song, the last one from Bounty Killer. Came across this video the other day and I saved it. And now I remember it. Only Caribbean people can get away with making a diss track to the rainbow community and still have the rainbow community vibe out to the said diss track. Ain't no lies told. Ain't no lies told. Behind me, right behind me, there's a couple. They have the best parties ever. And then sometimes on the weekend, them turn up their music in the backyard. Boom, bye, bye, Yeah, them a play that. Lord, I'll have it and repeat. Yeah. And another one. Say we no power in a chichi man. Yeah, yes, them have it turn up. They know what it means. One is Puerto Rican and one is Cuban. The Puerto Rican grew up in New York. And said him just love the vibes. Because I said to him when I said, what you listen to him saying? I know exactly what it means. But the song good.
The music is good, not the words. The music is good.
Well, him said the song good. Him understand exactly what the song is saying. And him say him don't bother him. Him say really don't bother him. So him not understand what some people are going with, but we can take a listen now.
Only Caribbean people can get away with making a diss track to the gay community and then turn around and have the gay community vibe to it.
My crew, my dog, set rules, set laws. We represent for the lords of yards. A gal alone, I feel up my. From
live right behind it. I know them about the people them for back in the day when them did bad bounty. All right, come to the front, Alexa. Let me talk about what going on in Jamaica. When last them eat chicken in Jamaica? When last them eat chicken in Jamaica? Chicken, they no sell chicken in shop at Jamaica. Nobody no cook chicken at them yard at Jamaica. KFC no warm every day at Jamaica. Oh no, what? Let me tell you something. I have never been more embarrassed in my entire life than to see the videos of the people them behaving badly over the little Kentucky Fried Chicken. Buy one, get one free. And you know what I saw too, Alexia? Selfishness. There were people, let's say 6 people live in our house. Them not consider another household. All 6 people from the one house are show up. Them are going to have Nyam Kentucky Fried Chicken till it come out of their nose, their ears, their eye, their mouth, their front, and their back. What's up, Adesoji? What's Alexa? So back to you. What the heck was that all about in Jamaica? For real? Over one 2-piece meal? Huh? No, man. No. The behavior was savage-like. Me not tell a lie. I'm going to call it as it is. It come in like when you throw a piece of meat in the yard and the mongrel dog them rope in. That is what it was. I'm sorry. I'm calling it as I see it. That behavior was unnecessary. Police have to come out. Soldier have to come out to try and control the crowd them at the KFC them. No man, I don't behave like some waff dog. Not talk, not put my mouth on ground and talk. I'm ashamed of you all who did that, who behaved like that. I camp out from 4 or 5 o'clock a morning for chicken. And no disrespect to you, KFC. But me know when me fried chicken tastes better than what you make. Not tell no lie. My barbecue fried chicken tastes better than food. I not put my mouth on ground. I not beat up my chest. Not tell you that. It ain't all that. So almost something them putting at the chicken like all Starbucks have the people them up your hook because Starbucks coffee ain't all that. I must say 2 times or 3 times in my life me have Starbucks. So every time I have it, I'm like, what the heck? They're not these people I'm mad over. I will take Dunkin' Donuts any day over Starbucks. Or better yet, make it me yard. No man, it was disgustingly disgraceful. No apologies made for chicken, for fowl. I'm sorry, Alexia. Go right ahead. Let me maintain some composure.
Britta. Listen, how do I explain it? KFC is the national fast food of Jamaica. We do not see Burger King too tough, and we do not even look at Popeyes and all those places. Subway, I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen any of the videos, but I can only tell you what I saw in my little town of St. Anne's Bay. I've never seen lines of this magnitude ever. The line wrapped around the building, but I'm going to say that the people on the North Coast were pretty civilized. There wasn't any shouting, any fighting, any hooliganism. I can't say for Brownstown or Ocherios. But I'll tell you this, I'll commend my St. Anne's Bay people.
What about Drax Hall? How were the folks in Drax Hall?
It was peaceful, no police, and there were no police in St. Anne's Bay either. And I'm going to tell you something, the people behaved themselves. The line was clear and concise. There were no fights. There were no, as I said, police, not even a security guard. I'll tell you something, man. The people behaved themselves. Okay. They were in the drive-through in Draxall. They did what they had to do and they left. Now, addressing the chokehold that KFC has on Jamaica. Honey, I couldn't tell you if it was cocaine or fentanyl. I don't know what is it. But listen, to gain my summer body for next year, I have to be bagging my head when I pass in KFC. I'm not lie. Yes, Ja, I have to be proper today. I'm eating watermelon in the morning. I'm not going to tell no lies at all. Like, I don't know what happened. But, I feel KFC knew this would have happened because a regular Friday or Saturday in a KFC, is like going to the WWF. So they knew the potential of violence for the fall would have happened. So why did they go for police after the crowd? No, you should have been preemptive and know that Jamaican people love free things. Have you ever seen them at a wedding or a night? These people walk with their shake hands. Don't play. Have you ever seen them when they get a pass to go to a hotel? We bring back everything else but the water and the lawn chairs. So, how can you know that you're KFC? The country's number one, right? The country's number one fast food entity. Juicy beef next and probably taste this after. Come beat me, I don't care. So, you know that you are of this caliber. And you said you're having something like an anniversary. 50 years in the country, 50 years in the country, You understand? That's 50 years of eating fowl, Believe it would have not been a stampede. Especially Kingston. Yes. Do you know when people go on holidays, you know what they bring in their buses to country? KFC. Do you know what happens when you go to a dance? And you left one of them early dancer party?
You ate there, you drank there, you go to KFC. KFC, you know what you did. You were only flexing on Popeyes and Wendy's. You were flexing. You're flexing how good you are. You know the people would have came out in their Sunday best, Saturday worst. They would have washed their pots because there would be no dinner cooked. Okay, you knew this was going to happen. You knew this, KFC. But Jamaican people, who needs to do better? We are a good set of people. Me and you know this. Don't let the foul make you behave like a hooligan. Come on, man. Come on, man. I understand the pull of the spicy and the barbecue. Them can dash the original for all I care. But you need to behave on yourself. You need to behave on yourself. You don't know on the people and brought you up properly. Okay? Don't let me have to come back and remind you. Okay? But as to what go on, I tell you the truth, I don't know me go there, me passy, me I tell you the truth, me passy. Me now like me never see no fight, me never see no brawling TikTok me see foolishness man. But girl, ask me what KFC is doing with that fall. Can Kingston fall Kubo? Them are moments. I rest my case. I yield. Bye-bye.
So we know how to behave ourselves. Thank you, Saint Anne, for not embarrassing us. Yes, Saint Anne people, we're bad and we're bougie. Bad. Bad. Saint Anne, before there was Uptown, there was Saint Anne. Oh, Jesus, boy, Alexa, it don't look good. It don't look good. What is circulating on TikTok, especially? Totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. And I'm going to assume that the folks in Manchester behave themselves too, because that's another bougie parish. Yeah, I said it. You can't come beat me up. The two bougie parish, St. Anne and Manchester. No matter if you have money or you don't have money, you're bougie. Yeah, right. So according to Nationwide Radio, marketing manager of KFC, Andre Roper, says extensive preparations were made in anticipation of Wednesday's 50th anniversary Brata Deal promotion. This, as hundreds of customers were flocking KFC locations from early island-wide. The one-day promotion also triggered the deployment of police personnel who were called in to control the crowd. Here is Shalois Michael to tell us more. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the laugh out before. Hold on, we need to come on something. Don't play with me. Don't play with the dolly.
KFC outlets triggered traffic across several locations as customers stood in line for hours to secure their big deal burrata. That's 2 free pieces of chicken for every 3-piece meal bought. Reports are that some customers were in line from as early as 5 a.m. Mr. Roper says the company made extensive preparations ahead of today's promotion.
We definitely made preparations beforehand. We made preparations as it relates to our operational processes for the day, as it relates to bolstering our stock of chicken and all the other ingredients, fries, drinks, all the ingredients that would have gone into the combo meal. So we made preparations knowing full well that we would have expected a bumper crowd. Of course, as far as having our security personnel as well, just to help to manage the crowds and manage the customer flow at the restaurant. And we're continuing to monitor and manage things throughout the course of the day.
Videos of the crowded restaurants have been making the rounds on social media. Some show cars in queues at the drive-thrus, bringing traffic to a standstill. Others, who are not standing in lines, opted to use the online delivery method through 7Crave. But even that option was jam-packed. The delivery service was forced to pause KFC orders due to the flurry of requests. Still, Mr. Roper says the company's objective is to continue the promotion until the close of business at midnight.
Definitely overwhelming support. Customers are flocked to locations all across the country, all 41 locations, to take advantage of our 50th birthday deal. I've seen swarms of customers come out, and our team members at our restaurants are currently handling and processing all the orders, dealing with all the customers as they flow through our restaurants. And all the promotion while stocks last, of course, but our intention is to supply customers right throughout midnight for most restaurants during the week.
Meanwhile, police personnel were on site at several locations to maintain order and help direct the flow of traffic. Head of the JCF's Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch, ACP Dr. Gary McKenzie, says so far only one major incident has been reported.
We observe in some instances where the crowds were as such that they filtered out on the roadway. So we heard a report in Maypen that based on the forcing of persons that one window may have been damaged, but that was the only incident of that sort that we heard. At this particular time, there are still some long lines at several places, and so we continue our monitoring.
Shalois Michael for Nationwide News.
And in another report, courtesy of Nationwide Radio News, marketing strategist Joel Nomdarkum says the large crowds that flocked KFC restaurants island-wide on Wednesday reaffirmed the strong influence the brand holds over Jamaican consumers. He notes that while the rollout of the Broader Deal promotion yesterday was relatively subtle, the overwhelming turnout demonstrates the enduring strength of the legacy brand.
What's happening with KFC is not shocking. KFC has become a legacy brand in our country. I think it's something that even growing up, a lot of people would have been accustomed to, and as such, it has been an integral part of our lives. What's happening now or transpiring is a reflection of what legacy brands are able to get from consumers. The tactical approach that's used because, they know that consumers love them. You couldn't do something at 50, which is just a discount. You had to do something monumental. The activation has reconfirmed the length of consumer strength that the brand has on Jamaicans.
He says the surge in social media activity played a significant role in the massive turnout, driven in part by the public's fear of missing out. Addressing concerns about customer frustration due to long lines, he believes the experience will not harm the restaurant's brand in any meaningful way.
The fear of missing out, everybody wants to participate in this activity, and that has helped to drum up the sales of it. It's such a strange thing because it's such a brand that's also known for disappointing consumers the moment you step into a KFC line and no barbecue chicken is available. It's like it's not available, so you just have to take anything as what it is. So when it comes down to the customer service aspect of things, it's no secret that they do have challenges there. So a lot of people started to express how are they going to manage what you're seeing online. It also won't do a lot of damage, because it's something that people are used to. You go in a long line, you wait long, this not available, that not available. We've seen a couple fights online in a few other restaurants that we've seen gone viral before. So I don't even think that will do much of a dent, because it's kind of like, okay, this was going to happen anyway.
Joel Nomdarkum, marketing strategist. And yes, you heard correctly. There are 40 or 41 branches of KFC in Jamaica, all across the island.
And counting, there's one being built in Salem.
That is crazy. In the little island of Jamaica, you have 41.
Oh, yeah, call liquor. Which island you call liquor?
Look, you do it to all of us, okay? So I'm giving it back to you today. I'm giving it back to you. Yes, 41 KFCs.
In Jamaica.
And you can't even feed your children. You can't give them free books. Actually, it's two different things.
Yeah,
It's two different things.
Yeah,
yes,
let
me take that back. Let me take that back. Maybe I should say KFC should be given back.
No, KFC
to the
don't need to
country.
give back. No, you know what Mega said them don't need to give back. If they do, great. But you know something, Ja? This is where we talk about priorities. People with balls say them broke and no money. They not have no money for pay their light bill. They not have no money for pay my water bill. Lord, government a tax way. Boy, me not have no money for this. Me not have no money for that. But every Friday they find the money for KFC, which is no good for their damn health. You see why I find it hard for some people?
I understand.
Okay.
41 is a lot, though.
No, I mean, I think we're even actually missing the point. We're missing the point. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. The fact that even a news story is an indication of how they consider Jamaicans very stupid.
Thank you.
That you are groveling over food.
Thank you.
Over junk food.
I was embarrassed at a social.
The guy said something there. He said it's a legacy brand. Of what? A legacy of what? A legacy of what? What legacy has KFC have left in Jamaica? Have they support any educational causes, any health causes, any community causes? Legacy? And we're normalizing this thing that, oh, we knew it was going to be, there was going to be this kind of, I mean, is this what they've zeroed down the people to? 2 pieces of chicken? 2 pieces of chicken?
So KFC, the franchise, the Jamaica franchise, is owned by Restaurants of Jamaica. And they've held the exclusive license since 1975. Yeah, so they have the franchise operations. And Restaurants of Jamaica has been around for a while. Now, I will say that Restaurants of Jamaica, the company, they do philanthropic work. Some of it is not advertised, so they do give back. But legacy,
No, I mean, you know, when I was listening to it, at first I thought maybe it was just maybe they opened a new chain somewhere, and the kind of, even that is wild. But to think that you're marking 50 years and you're 50 years in a place is to then cause chaos, taking police away from their normal duties to come and keep order, where you're giving out 2 pieces of extra chicken.
2 pieces of fowl, the people that are galang bad.
You know what?
I mean, I'm sorry. You can call me classist. You can call me elitist at this point. I don't give a damn. But you would never catch me behaving like that over 2 pieces of chicken.
Can I say something?
On a can look at me and tell me I'm going like me better than yes, because I do make better decisions. Yeah, okay, fine. You can take advantage of the broader deal, but why can't you conduct yourselves with some sort of decorum? Why can't you be orderly? Why do you have to behave in such? Go ahead, Alexia. Go through, Alexia.
All I'm going to say to this is this. Yes, people have their priorities mixed up. But me know you're not going to hear me say this, but our government have some work to do. I think they should really look at the snippets of videos from yesterday and know that they have some work to do. They have some work to do.
Because I'm going to tell you this, and it ties all back to everything. I was at the hospital yesterday down by the pharmacy, and there was this lady walking around giving out some papers showing the food pyramid, and what you should eat, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And when I looked at it, I'm like, but this is wrong. The largest, the pyramid was in a circle, and the largest serving on the circle was grains and stuff like that. And I'm like, but this is age-old information. This is not correct anymore. Haven't we found out that a lot of, we call it staples, a lot of these things help promote stuff like diabetes or whatever? The largest part of it should be your veggies. You get me? And I'm thinking, and then now, with all of this going on, our people, we're just in survival mode. I'm going to be honest with you. No, moment, bear with me. We're in survival mode. And a lot of times people don't make the right decisions in survival mode. And you have to understand that the same kids who the parents buy the KFC for, they're the ones who grow up as adults and buy the KFC for their children. Right? They're the ones who grow up and buy the KFC for their children, and then their children do the same thing. So you see, when KFC said they're a legacy brand, that's the legacy they're talking about. Notwithstanding, yes, they have contributed to community stuff. Like they have contributed, they have been title sponsors for Champs for a couple of years one time. They were into the football thing too. KFC had their names stamped. They contributed, on no lies, to almost every sector in a food country already. I just know them are cool off, because at some point, every little thing you see a keep, you see some KFC flag put up and them out there, right? And KFC is only taking advantage of a loophole they have found. You get what I'm saying? KFC, yesterday was a big flex of KFC. Telling every other fast food say, no matter what you do, no matter how people pack up a owner, no matter how you do, how we, people will fight for us. But we have to bring it in and really think about it. Because yesterday, no matter if you said them they work at in a KFC, get extra pay. I see them pay, 2 weeks from now. You understand me? We people with too much in a survival mode and instant gratification. Survival mode and instant gratification is a bad recipe. Because enough time people in a survival mode, but then do look to the future and say, well, if me do this now, this might happen. No. So we mix with instant gratification. That is the problem.
If it were survival mode, Alexia, the money that them take go to KFC every weekend when them get their minimum wage pay. Some of them. Wouldn't they take that same minimum wage pay? Because said enough minimum wage people got KFC every weekend. If they were truly in survival mode, wouldn't you think about how you can make your money stretch even further? Wouldn't you say, you know something, instead of me spending, let's just say $5,000 at KFC, let me take that $5,000, go buy 2 pounds of chicken, as a matter of fact, I can buy more grocery and be more creative at home. Priorities, Alexia.
But I got asked the same question. How is it that Uber Eats make this much money in the US? How does DoorDash make so much money in the US? How is it that people just come from the grocery store? Or better yet, they have their groceries delivered to their door, but then they go on their app and they order Uber Eats.
It's the instant gratification is the problem. We can't bother figure cook.
Okay, so me would
But then
prefer,
just go buy.
Alexia, on a serious note though, me would have prefer go buy a jerk chicken from the jerk man with the jerk pan because that is healthier than the KFC what dip down in the gallon of oil I fry.
Less chicken. Jerk man, I give you call it say how much one 12 between 12 and 15. Hold on, wait
Hold on
between 12 and 15 bills.
Hold on there. How much you
They
say
only get
is
a quarter.
less chicken? You
Yeah.
said less chicken. Okay, Alexia. So where Kentucky getting the chicken from to be able to give out more chicken? Is this chicken of
No,
good
but the chicken
quality?
The chicken, you see the jerk man now go buy the quantity of chicken what KFC I buy. KFC work with Jamaica broilers, you know.
Okay, all right. And I hope
jerk man only go
it's
buy
all local chicken.
the jerk man only go buy a bag of chicken, maybe two, you know, depending on the size and business, you know. KFC is buying thousands of pounds of chicken.
All right, stick up in right, that's Alexia. So I want to talk to all the jerk man them. This is where now I don't have to outsmart them. So you're not able to afford it in the quantity that restaurants association can purchase it in, KFC can purchase it in. Someone have backyard, not true. I know somebody who sell jerk chicken. And you know what they did? After being in business for about a year or two, them turn around and build up them own fowl farm. For that way they can keep the cost low. So why more jerk chicken people not do that?
Some of them not have the land space. And let me show you something. You see the chicken breeding something there? Nobody feel like it's a way out because me just find out one bag of feeding at $3,000. And if you raise your fowl them, it's 6 weeks, the least you can raise your fowl for, right? And jerk man no use big chicken or some little chicken them using. So if for 6 weeks you go raise your fowl them for, you know how much bag of feeding that? That are between 10 and 14 and 10 and 15 bag of feeding. So do the maths. Right? And all of your fowl them now go come to fruition. Right? You go probably go lose if you buy 100 fowl, you maybe lose 110 or 15 out of the 100. Enough people buy float fowl, then buy one extra 5 or 10 just in case.
You have to.
Dead, right? So do the maths. Tell me how much just feeding alone.
So this is
right?
where Alexia grouping, coming together as a community will work. You see, this is where we have that is a problem. Mentality have to change. Why can't people come together? So listen, I'm gonna tell you this. There are people with land in Jamaica that they're not using the land. How about instead of going and go squat for the people them land? How about you approach the landowner? Come up, go to them. They will listen to you. Go to them with your plan and say to them, XYZ, I am willing to pay to lease the land if you'd allow me. I'm not sure what your plans are. Is it okay if I do this and that? And everybody come together, work the piece of land, grow the fowl them, spread the cost. But then again, mentality is a hell of a thing. And that is why one will forever get beaten and forever be in the position of always complaining because no more put on a thinking cap and think group economics. People will help on out there now, but you don't have to ask for the help. People will give you a hand, whether it is in cash or kind or some kind of provision. They will do it. I mean, not ask Christ. May I tell us so then we do it.
If you do a statistical report right now, the most profitable areas, profitable locations of KFC right now are Kingston, Concrete Jungle, where folk come and go.
So you don't have to. Okay, so people in the country can't say, all right, you know, me grow some as, you know, we pass on some
country people
to the jerk man at town.
The country people do them thing, you know, but a jerk man now go come where a country come buy chicken.
So, okay, so maybe carry the phone for you.
A whole heap of tricks and trade with, you know. Yes, all of this is possible.
I will go back to mentality. We live in a set of people where if I'm sick and I call you and say you can't help me with the money me need for go do one surgery, you can't help, you can't support me, and me I keep on little something, and people come by and I eat me I go use them not turn up, but you see the minute you're dead, the $1 million fine for bury you, and you know no lie me I tell. That type of people them where we live. That's how we live.
So we're just a bunch of complainers. We don't really want to fix anything. We don't want solutions.
That's how we live.
We like to complain.
The sense of community what we used to have, you see the sense of community there is getting less and less and less. We have just become a bunch of consumers, not producers.
And we don't want to change that. Well, me don't want nobody come look for me and beg me nothing, no. Although me not have nothing to give. Now beg me because I gotta ask you, so what you do, what you plan to do. And I'm not being mean. I'm trying to help you open your eyes and recognize that at some point you have to become self-sufficient. At some point, you can't spend your life just to stretch out your hand and stretch out your hand and stretch out your hand. I don't have a problem helping you if I'm in a position to do so. But at the same time, I think the best help I can give you is to teach you how to fish so you can feed yourself for a lifetime and feed somebody else possibly. We have this beggy mentality. And that is why we keep making excuses instead of trying to change our behavior. Everything, there's an excuse. So why not try this? Lord, this. So why not try that? Lord, you want to see this, that. Jason, I'm not tired. I'm not tired for have to go to somebody and tell them a whole life story, the whole line of business. Forget a $50. I'm not tired. There has to be some sense of pride when one can do for themselves. There has to be. Is it a person want to try? What really I try? No vex with them when they get ahead. No vex with them when you see somebody else and help them. Because they are trying. I'm not come up with a bag of excuse. No one, this, no one. Anyway, back to the article. Damn foolish Jamaicans. On the behavior was embarrassing and disgusting, deplorable over 2 pieces of chicken. For 2 pieces of chicken? And on insensitive and selfish because some of us 6 on live in the house and to make sure all 6 of us come. I wanna go do whole dance. Come on, man. Come on. What was wrong with leavings for somebody else to get? It's like when we're going to one supermarket. There's a ration on toilet paper. I'm just going to sweep up the whole of them without thinking about somebody else coming behind you. I want to have this crab in a barrel, dirty, nasty mentality. And yes, I said it. And if you don't want to revoke my Jamaican card, go right ahead because you all behaved badly yesterday. Not all, but most of you. Police have to come out for Manitown with food. Right now, I'm a Caribbean national. Go ahead, Alexia. Sorry.
Yes, I say, I just feel them behavior that is just them, right? We not like giant line, yeah. We feel some badness at the number one way for go with things. You get me? It's as if I don't know. It's like it's in the blood of some of us to just be this way, you know. We not take our breath. We just like some mothers all the time, you know. But as me say, this is the loophole KFC figure out and just use against we. You understand me? I'm not saying I don't go to KFC. I do, but it's not an addiction. I would put it down to at this point for a lot of people, KFC is an addiction. They cannot go without a day or 2 in the week with them. Some of them go every day. It's an addiction at this point. You understand? So, me no know.
So I would like to know, we really need to take a look at the ingredients in the seasoning that they're using at KFC, because something in there is causing that addiction. There's something.
You can't you can't put that past them. I mean, look at what we found out about cigarettes. But it's not I know you're speaking about Jamaica right now, but it's not a Jamaica thing. It's a human thing. Somewhere along the line, the mentality has changed. The genetics have changed. I don't know. Something has changed.
You know, Tasha put something in the chat. We used to grind greens and corn to feed chickens, so you don't have to buy. Listen, Tasha, we're lazy at Jamaica, because there was a time when we used to grow chickens, because my father could not eat the store-bought chickens, right? So we used to grow chickens. And it was not just bag feed alone. Yes, greens. My grandmother's husband, my mother's stepfather, when he was alive, he used to grow chickens too in Kingston in his backyard. And he would sell, people would come and purchase chickens from him. It was not just bag feed. Them used to get callaloo and other greens. So there's a laziness. That component is in the equation. Everybody wants the shortcut. Nobody wants to take the time anymore. Everybody wants the quick and fast. And then we complain. And that is the mentality. Complain. Make excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. But I sincerely hope that the folks who are going to KFC religiously every weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I sincerely hope you have your doctor money put on aside too. Because we had a report a couple of weeks ago about diabetes, cholesterol, the health issues that we have in the Caribbean because of the fast food industry that everybody runs to. So, just like one can't find the money for KFC, make sure one find it. You got a doctor. So the other day we were talking about customer service, right? In Jamaica. Yeah, Jamaica, I'm at right now. Me soon come off follow. Thank you for the follow, only God. Me depend still. I have my foot on the neck right here now. And it's not because I don't like us. I love us. I want us to do better. The other day we were talking, what James there? What the one James there? James don't wake up out of bed yet. But we were talking.
Tagged him, but I don't know where he is.
Okay, thank you, Ro. We were talking about customer service in Jamaica. I had my complaints. And I say, we can do better because we know how to do better. Yeah, we know how to do better. We know how to treat non-Jamaicans good. But when it comes to the Jamaicans, somewhere along the line, we have it in our minds that it's okay to disrespect our own, talk down to our own, treat our own any and any way. And I am not going to tolerate it. And if everybody takes the stance that they're not going to accept the bad behavior, things will change. They will be forced to change. So interestingly, thank you, Jad. There's a young lady that I watch her videos on TikTok and on Instagram. She's a flight attendant.
Morning, Jamaica. Good evening, good night, wherever you are. This one is for the people with their Jamaica passport office. Down at Jamaica. The people with their Jamaica passport office down at Jamaica are time for the fix up on the polygrounds. We the people is sick and tired of the behavior. We the people pay unu and unu a pay we. You understand? Mistake. When me witnessing a passport office on a Constant Spring the other day, I am disturbed. I am annoyed. And you know the funny thing is, I knew it was going to happen. I knew this was the kind of behavior that they would have carry on with. I made sure that when I went to the passport office, I wore this shirt. It says, Jesus loves you. On the front of it, it also have the Jesus loves you. You understand? Because every time I feel like one of them girl, one of them man, they don't get so, and that me have to call them. You understand? One draw me out, I had to look down at my shirt and remind myself that I am a child of God. I'm not gonna make nobody draw me out because I come from Auguston and Auguston dirty girl in me can't come out. But we still I'm ready for a decent. Listen, good afternoon, good evening. How are you? How may I gladly assist you? Because we can go from one extreme to the other. But they say the people in a passport office only need to know how to talk to people. And we appear uno and uno appear we. You understand? Want to talk to people like that? Pick up that bang. You got what could go so? No, never go to customer service. No, never go to customer service. Well, let me not say no, because let me say about 90%. Because Mr. Edwards, I would like to thank you for your apology, for apologizing on behalf of your little ugly co-worker. Oh, yes, the ugly girl who have the red up on top of her head right so like I could have dropped 2 egg in it. We shot like looking at your style, like you don't even represent anything around at the back. I start to paper so. Why are they on at the front? You have the audacity to cut down to my mother. My mother was deaf and dumb and can't hear nothing. Who talks down to the deaf? Who talks down to the deaf? You have to say something 1,000,001 times. I am her power of attorney. Does that have no weight in Jamaica? Does it have no weight in Jamaica? I said I am her power of attorney, which means that I am in charge of writing or signing anything because she does not have the literacy to do it. And then you got ball out in front of the window. Oh, so she can't read, all right? Listen, man. Someone need to lift up. Someone need to lift up out of the passport office and out of government work because they don't have no behavior. No only talk to people because they say any old you want like an eye color man will come in there, we look at him have a bit of money in his pocket, only smile and then laughing. No over talk to Jamaicans. Have some respect. But they're like, go away.
So I'm not the only one who is disgusted with the level of customer service that is displayed toward fellow Jamaicans. Sick of honor. And it's not that you don't know how to do better. You choose not to. I've told y'all before, landing at the airport, whether it's Kingston or Montego Bay, you just swear, say, me attack the customs and immigration officer, man. You just swear, say, me attack a man. I have been where this is them on them phone. And you're standing there patiently waiting. Then will look up and you approach the window and them still have got you. And it's when they feel like them ready to deal with you. And me with my idiot self, I'm the one having to greet them like it's me. I welcome myself. I come to Jamaica. Hi, good morning. I'm gonna put on a smile on my face. I skin out my 32. And them still have a dirty attitude like them dry scratches stiff out. We have to do better. Yet, the person in front of me who is non-Jamaican, not based, I'm not judging because saying they're non-Jamaican because of the color of their skin, but hearing their accent, hearing them, how them talk. They got a nice sprucely. So me are what? Who me? Who am I? Because I'm Jamaican, you choose to treat me that way? I've told you all that Jamaican restaurants right here in South Florida. I have walked out. Who you attacked to? Who you really talking to? well, my husband works too hard for his money for me to take his money and come give you with your nasty attitude. And I don't think we understand that that behavior sets, you are negatively impacting the business, the company, the facility that employs you. Because people are not going to say, oh, it's Charmaine, you know. Them going to say, no good donger Miss G and supermarket because the whole of them in there not have no manners. That is what is being said. And when Miss Jane have to lay off all around because she's not getting the revenue because no customers coming into our business place. On the same one face, I got twist up like crush up Sarah Silly. Y'all need to do better. All of you. Every single striking one of you. If you do not know how to interact with the public, I agree with the young lady. Go for your position running in our back room and nobody have to soon or deal with you. Oh no, miserable man. Miserable bad. Do better. You can do better. When you go to an embassy for visa, you don't know if you behave yourself. Not true. You don't know how to be nice and smile and be courteous and say the most good morning, good afternoon. You don't know how to do that. When you know how to look people things. You don't know how to do it. When you're not working in the hotels, you do the same thing too. You know, nice to the tourists them. Y'all are for sale. You don't know different from the people that are working at a strip club, where the more you tip them and the more they skin their teeth. And if you're not tip them, they ignore you. Oh, no, it's not different. Yeah, I said it. Fix up on itself, man. Fence it up. Go on through. Sorry, excuse me. Go ahead. Somebody open their mic.
I blessed love everybody. Blessed love. I must say I'm guilty of a couple customer service during the restaurant when I was in New York. So I can give my 2 cents on that. Because customers have to literally draw me aside because my customers know when I am not in a good mood and when I'm in a good mood. Because once I'm in a good mood, everybody get to serve fast and leave fast. When I'm not in a good mood, the least little thing you tell me, I'm like, I can't deal with it. But you gotta understand that both of us are guilty. I must say that you can't really blame it on one-sided, to be honest. Because sometimes when a customer come in, it's like when you're explaining to them what they can get and what they can't get, even though you're spending your money, I'm trying to make you save money. But at the end of the day, when you go to the cashier and I told you the price, you want to basically ball it down, but I already tell you before you even go to the cashier. That, no, I'm being honest with you, kind of gets upset. So in a sense, we ourselves have to do better, we know better. But sometimes, if it's not beneficial to us, we have a tendency to give the attitude towards everybody. And then when we're getting something that is beneficial to us, we basically, as I say, we act nice. And I can say I'm guilty of that. But I'm working on myself.
So, Kirk, you said a couple of customers pointed it out to you. What was that conversation like?
All right, the conversation is like, all right, so they basically come on one side, and they because I'm a very friendly person, and they become on one side and they will say, hey brother, you know, say me not like how you talk to me, I mean I like that, you know, and because you did me previous before, make me continue and come. I'm gonna say, oh, you know, say I do one thing in me. If you come to me and address me and say I do something wrong, and I acknowledge that I done that wrong, I apologize immediately with effect, and basically move forward. And I work on myself moving forward. As I said, customers that literally know me, they will call me one side and say, hey, your attitude not right, brother. Fix up yourself. I may say, you know, I apologize for everything. I apologize to every customer inside there. I will go downstairs and I go inside the office and I will scream, shout, bawl, everything, and I come back up. I'm the happiest person ever. and moving forward.
So I am grateful for you being honest and being vulnerable to let us know that you were made aware and you are making a concerted effort to change. So I will applaud when I bell there. Lord of mercy, when I jail bell there.
You see, thank you. A lot of people don't want to admit that they're wrong and stand up to where you gotta understand that how you treat people. Because listen, you see, one thing I learned once I leave school, I learned that there's certain people you try not to have an attitude with. People will share your food. People will basically take care when you're sick. And the police officers. Those people, you do not basically give an attitude, because I'm telling you, you're not going to hear the end of it. Because watch this. God forbid you end up in the hospital and you're giving the nurse attitude. Nobody's not going to look at you. You're going to sit there and you basically need to be attended to immediately, but nobody's going to look at you because of your attitude.
Right.
So if you don't adjust it, nobody's going to look at you. So guess what? Because of pride, this thing called pride. Yes, pride. Jamaicans big pan that. Me big pan that. Me can't talk for myself. Yeah. But sometimes me have to take out the macho out of me and go down to a level where, yeah, well, I do apologize for my behavior. I'm not feeling well. I'm in pain. I'm on such and such. Please, can you help me? That change your attitude will get you where you need to be immediately. You understand what I'm saying? So as I said, we need to acknowledge that the behavior is not really good. And is this morning I'm literally seeing the KFC disaster. And listen, the first mistake KFC did, do not advertise something for free where it comes to food. Never do that. All you gotta do is when them come in, they feel like they're gonna pay cash, you just tell them, say, no, you don't have to pay. It's free. But once you make a big public announcement, the whole entire country turn upside down. But guess what? Make food for the poor. Make an announcement like that, say free food. You never see none of them go in there like that. Now make you say, all right, you know what? Come help me. Come help me give you some free food or something. You never see them. But as I say, the mentality we have, it changed a lot. And back in the days, mentality when the village usually come together, and be honest with you, that is no more. And it's never gonna come back. It's not to say, but it's never gonna come back. Because nobody's going to come and basically help you put a seed into a ground and watch it grow. And help you on the farm to help it grow. And when reap time come, they come and help you reap. No, they want to come when reap time come. They don't want to put in the work. You understand what I'm saying? So, as I say, this generation right now, oh gosh, God help us.
But you know something, Kirk? We can change. We can change, and we can be the vehicle of change. Just as someone pulled you to the side, you too can pull someone to the side. We can all pull someone to the side and pour into them. We have to remember, people are coming from different backgrounds, different homes. The settings are different. We cannot take for granted that because that what happens in my home happens in everybody's home. It doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't. And I learned that when I ventured out of my parents' home. I learned that when I moved to Kingston, that, whoa, okay. It was a wake-up call for me, that, And so I had to step back. And say, okay, herein lies an opportunity to show somebody a different way, a better way of doing things or thinking. So we each one teach one. We cannot give up on each other. We really can't. We have to find a way so that we can make our communities better, our country better. Right? I know someone opened their mic. Go right ahead. Unless I was hearing doubles. Yeah. Yeah, Ja, don't worry about it. I forgot. Me too. We can do better, folks. We know when to. We know when to. I don't want, if using code switch is a good term to use. I know code switch usually refers to speaking, right? When you're able to go from the Queen's English straight into patois or whatever, right? But my Jamaican people, please don't behave like this again over 2 pieces of chicken. It doesn't look good. The world will think you all are half starved down there. That you don't know what it is to eat. Think about the perception. How you will be viewed. Is that how you want people to look at you? As though you're all savages, coming like scavengers, just waiting for a piece of meat to everybody just swooping like the junker then? Is that how you want to be perceived? I don't think so. I don't want that for you all. There can be decorum. Form a line and everybody wait patiently, right? Be patient. And yes, Kirk, the gentleman from, from KFC, he said that they had things, Joel, their marketing strategists, he said that things were organized, they were prepared, but clearly they were not. Clearly, they didn't, and they should have known, just on the basic reaction on a weekend. Because I know, for example, the one in Draxhall, our family that lives down there, them tell you, if you want KFC on a Friday, make sure you get it when them open at 11 o'clock in the morning. Because if you wait until in the evening, you're going to be there for hours, whether drive-through or inside.
We have an update.
Yes, talk to me. What's up?
So just found out. I'm slowly going through the internet because you're only hearing snippets still. That I think it's the Ochi KFC an incident from there.
Oh no.
Where a police officer in plain clothes borderline and a gentleman accosted him for it. They were arguing, a tussle ensued, and horns were fired.
At
We
the
don't know.
Ocherous location?
Yeah, Ochi has 2 locations.
Which one of them?
No, I'm just saying Ochi has 2 locations. I don't know which one. But as I said, I'm trying to find news of it. You know, I hope it's not true.
I hope it's not true. I really hope so.
Because you're an officer of the law.
Hold on a second. Oh, it's on. You saw it on TikTok. I've seen this one here. No. That is an old one. That's an old one. Another one reporting live from Donna KFC Ocherillos. That was 23 hours ago. Let me see what this one is saying. Hold on a second. All right, go on dig and see if you have anything.
It even gets more ridiculous. Chicken. For chicken. Chicken.
Chicken. You want to catch somebody, you catch them with food.
Chicken.
Well, honestly, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Sims. How you doing? Well, go on.
Good, wonderful. Thanks for having me again. Well, I understand it, look, right? But America did the same thing when they released the new chicken sandwich from Popeyes.
Mm-hmm.
There was war also. Lines backed up, food ran out, people wanted to fight the people at Popeyes. People fought each other in the lines. Same level of aggression, same tenacity of fraud, care back up in a line all the way around the block. What can I say? As a people, we love a chicken, and it seems to only happen to us. I've never seen white people get excited
I'm
for
glad you
anything.
raised that point, Sims, because I wanted to ask you, what did the people look like? Because I think I remember. And I'm like, what the heck is it about this chicken sandwich from Popeyes? But carry on. My apologies. Oh, real quick. Thank you for the follow, Coco. Geely says that a few people were unalived too.
More than likely, but they're gonna keep it on the wraps because it puts a bad stain on KFC's reputation. So most of those stories are not gonna get leaked unless it's a regular person. As soon as you put it up, they're gonna scrub it and move it. But the only time I've ever seen why people get up in arms about anything to where they're crushing each other is during Wall Street stock and
Money.
trading.
Their money.
Mhm. Yeah, when it comes to money, they're very huggish. They will crush you, step on you, all of that stuff.
We
And
fight to
also,
spend money. They fight to save money.
no, them fight to spend too, because
Okay.
sometimes for their kids, because they like to spoil their kids and give their kids the best, that they will during Christmas time you'll find some of them stampeding and crush, depending on if it's the new hottest toy. Like when Justin Bieber they just come out and they had toys and stuff for him and clothes, and the little young girls are going crazy. Yeah, the white people were crushing each other in the malls trying to get the last Justin Bieber item. But remember, we come from a culture where praise is being unruly, and where praise being dunce,
Mm-hmm.
and where praise being out and bad and brawling.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that we can't change, it's that we don't want to change because to us that is our identity and that is what makes us Jamaican. To be unruly, to be brawling, out and bad, what would I call it? A dirty nigger. That is what we idolize. You can hear it in our music. When a man say, hey, oh boy, this me kicking and face shot. Now a boy,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we go boop, 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 boop. Lifetime of the year, lifetime. That's how we praise, right? We barely have artists. We have artists, but we barely have artists who get the same level of energy when them singing love songs.
Mm-hmm.
People, they will go to the show and then say, okay, let the love song people then open up the show. But the main attraction are usually the dons, out and bad, brawling DJs where people go see.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that we cannot change it, I say we can't, is that we just don't want to. Here's the contradiction with Jamaican people, right? We can code switch, but when we code switch and we are teased about it, we don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't like that our community will say, oh, you sound so white, because we don't want to be compared to the white. So even in that sense, we want to own business, but we don't want to own it in the way that a white man would own the business. So we end up dumbing down our something so we don't look like them. But we want to portray with them. We want with them out without the change will come with it. So we are just a walking contradiction as a people
But why
sometimes.
do we have to want what they have? Why can't we want what we have, but be professional? Why is it
Because,
that we have to want what another group of people have? And that is our
because
problem. We're looking to every other group. We're consistently comparing ourselves to every other group of people.
we told ourselves that we are not good enough and that we are not going to get the best from our people. So if you make a shirt and you are sell it for $5, and the Chinese man make a shirt and he must sell it for $5, me I got the Chinese man because you get your material from the Chinese man too. That's what we think. So we're gonna cut out the middleman and go straight to the source as to how we think. And a Chinaman said that he said Jamaicans are stupid. And I was so offended when he said that. And he says, because in your own country, you will open up your store as a Jamaican, and I will come here to your country and open up a store right next to your store, and your people Instead of shopping with you, because you're authentic, they will come and shop with me. But he says if you flip that, put a Jamaican store in China, Chinese people will still shop at Chinese people store before they go to the Jamaican store. Right? We are the only set of people we buy from everybody else but ourselves. We don't, for some reason, we not like it. If I make a shoes right now and put it out, and I call it, I don't know, the new ear or ear max. They're gonna say a knockoff. They are trying to be like Jordan, but just have to buy Jordan instead. Even though at the same sweatshop where the Jordan come from, make the same shoes. And I can prove it, them still not go buy it. There's a book with them right here in America called How to Sell to an N Word. And that book is still, yeah, it's
Hold on a
still,
second, back up. A book titled How to Sell to the N Word.
yeah. And it has some interesting facts in there. Like one of it, it's
Who the heck
um,
purchased that book?
listen, white people are business owners, and it has some really good stuff. It said, when look, when black people come into your store, they order things by the name. When we go in, we know what name we are looking for, what brand, and don't try to sell us anything else because we will take offense to it, as if you're trying to say we cannot afford it, which makes us even want what we want even more. So now we're gonna prove to you. Yeah, I think somebody can't buy this $3,000, something even though $3,000 loan me have in my bank account. Because you make me feel that way, I gotta buy it and show you say you're a fool. And now me leave with the $3,000 shirt, but I can't pay my rent. But at least I showed you that's our mentality.
All right. Thank you, Sims. Okay, folks. Woo, we have work to do on ourselves. We have a lot of work to do. And why does it seem as though that is there that's a common, well, that is the common denominator. It appears that way. And you know, it's interesting, Sims, that you're saying that because we've had similar conversation here. Several times, granted. Several times. Several times. Folks, we have work to do. They know us better than we know ourselves, apparently. They know our behaviors, our patterns better than we know ourselves because they have studied us and they know how to keep us locked in as worker bees, number one, and number two, as consumers. They know. You know, I'm going to say this. I did not join in on the Target boycott. I did not. I found it a little hypocritical, quite frankly. So I didn't join it. Not that I shop at Target anyway. But I did not join that boycott. We like to jump on these trends, but we're still not fixing us. We're jumping on trends. Oh, boycott this, boycott that. But we're not fixing us. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? This changes come in small doses, concerted efforts.
You know what I say? My thoughts on that would be if we really want to see change, we have to start with ourselves with a simple question as this, or a perspective. When you squeeze an orange juice come out, right? Because that's what's already inside of the orange. When you get squeezed as a person, what comes out of you? And that's the question I would love for everybody to sit down, take a minute to ask yourself. When you are squeezed, Because remember, whatever you can know for yourself, you know yourself. Whatever come out of you, just must say that already in you.
Yeah.
So if you don't get squeezed, you become brawling, out and bad, done, out of character, you not care, you're prideful, you're this, you're that. That is what is already inside of you. If goodness, your love for mankind, you're God fearing. When you're squeezed, you pray for other people. When you're squeezed, you say forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. If when you're squeezed, you still say, hey, it's okay, man. I'll pray for you. Then we know we're inside of you because it will come out. If most people could just sit down on a day-to-day basis, when you do something, with anything will come out of you, and never say we put in your body before will come out.
Yeah.
So what come out of you, it ruin your image, your reputation,
Yeah.
your quality, because you are a brand and you represent your brand. So what you put out there in the world represent your brand.
All right, I got to interject there. Thank you so much, Sims. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you, everyone, for the spirited conversation that we had. 16 Caribbean countries boost debt transparency with Commonwealth IMF support. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. In a move to strengthen public debt management and enhance economic resilience, 33 public debt managers from 16 Caribbean countries gathered in Jamaica for a 2-week intensive workshop focused on improving debt data quality and transparency. Officials from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank and the UK overseas territories in the Caribbean also participated in the training, which was held from 19 to 30 of May 2025. The workshop was organized by the Commonwealth Secretariat and the International Monetary Fund, with support from the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. While debt often carries a negative connotation, when managed well, it allows governments to invest in projects that improve lives and build economic resilience. At the heart of the training was Commonwealth Meridian, a web-based debt management software used by all but one of the participating countries. Delegates received hands-on training in the software's latest features, aimed at making debt data more reliable and accessible to build trust with creditors, investors, and citizens. Next up, also courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly, Bahamas secures 1.07 billion US dollar bond to cut debt and boost economy. The Bahamas has successfully returned to international capital markets, raising $1.067 billion through an 11-year US dollar denominated bond issuance aimed at repurchasing $767 million in outstanding euro bonds and supporting national development priorities. The new bond, which carries a coupon and reoffer yield of 8.25%, was met with strong investor demand. And this was during a 3-day global roadshow that included over 60 institutional accounts across North America, Europe, and the Middle East. The transaction closed with the order book 3.9 times oversubscribed, reflecting renewed investor confidence in the Bahamas' economy trajectory, fiscal reforms, and credit fundamentals. Courtesy of Barbados Today.bb, as students continue to struggle with performance and discipline in the classroom, even at the primary level. At least one principal is urging parents to be more involved in their children's academic lives, not just in athletics. Principal of the Good Shepherd Primary School, Olivia Hines, told Barbados Today that while some of the institution's 38 students performed well in this year's Barbados Secondary Schools entrance examination, none reached the top ranks as in previous years. This, according to her, can be fixed with increased parental involvement. Last year, we were in the top 4 positions. We had a student who placed 11th. This year, they're not in the top, but they've continued to do well. We had some fairly good grades this year, and some students gained places at Harrison College and other top schools. However, she highlighted gaps in this year's performance, which she admitted matched what teachers had seen in the classroom throughout the school year. She stressed the importance of identifying and addressing shortcomings early. Parents, what are we doing? What are we doing, parents? Teachers can't do it alone. The government can't do it. Parental involvement is crucial. I almost said something and I remember I'm on air. I have to check myself. You have to find the time to invest in your child. And when I say invest, your time. Show your children that you are interested, that they are a priority, that their performance is a priority. The social aspect, as well as the literacy aspect, the academics. And she raised a point here. The principal raised a valid point because we see it here in the States. Parents show up for sporting events, but they don't go to parent-teachers conferences. Parents are more interested with how the child is performing or how the children are performing on the field or on the court. But when it comes to the classroom, whatever. They're not seeing to it that the children are doing their homework, doing some reading, some review, being able to spell, practice writing. The effort isn't there. The parents will find the money for the sneakers and all the athletic gear before they find it for resources that can help the child accelerate or do better, improve. It's a fact. So I know the argument has been had that we also have to take into consideration that parents are working harder. Some parents are holding down 2-3 jobs, and when they get home, they're tired. If you're tired, I shouldn't say 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6 children then. You're tired. 15 minutes before they go to bed, 10 minutes. You're telling me 7 days in the week, 24 hours in every day, and you not have not 1 hour to interact with your child? Okay, so you're working 2-3 jobs, trying to hold it down. You know your capabilities. You know that you don't have the patience to sit there with your child. And I get that, because not all of us as parents can do it. And that's okay. So put it in your budget. Put it in your budget so you can pay for extra lessons for the child. Not $300 Jordans while you're telling me you're broke. Priorities. Yes, I want to go back to a comment Tasha made earlier in the chat. Where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. Some of us know how to find things, get access to things. We know how to talk to people and ask questions. Let us do the same when it comes to our children. Hold on a second. Let us do the same when it comes to our children. We have to make sacrifices. We have to be invested. Julia, which dance you that's earn a month? We have to. It is easier. The easiest thing for us to do is find an excuse. All right, so I worked late. I could have 5 minutes. All right, you get home, the child is asleep. Take the bag and go through the school bag. Not tell me about privacy. And they're not paying no rent, they're not paying a bill. Take their book bags, go through their notebooks, see if there are any assignments. Interact with the teacher that is taking care of your child for how many hours in a day. Where there is a will, there is a way. I'm tired of excuses because that's what we're good at. We can figure it out, folks, when it comes to our children. We should all want our children to do better than we did. And whatever better looks like, right? We don't want our children to struggle the way we struggled. So let us do what it takes. Put our minds together. If we can't figure it out on our own, when you sit down in your lunchroom at work, instead of kiki kaka about what happened on Bravo TV, kiki kaka about, you know something? I need this for my child. You know where I can get this? And I know what I'm talking about because I've been in the break rooms and I've heard the conversations. Where there is a will, there's a way. Do better, parents. Do better. Pour into your children. Show that you care. You know, there are some parents who can't read, but they will sit down there with their children and let them read to them. Yeah, there are parents who cannot read, but they will sit beside their child and have their child read to them. So nobody can't give me an excuse. It boils down to how much do you care. Recognizing your shortcomings, recognizing your strengths and your weaknesses, your areas of opportunity. And in recognizing those, you see what needs to be done. Reach out to who you need to reach out to. Can't them go to the library on a Saturday if you're not enough. And you know something, make the time, 30 minutes, take them to the library. The libraries have programs going on. Instead of having them wake up on a Saturday morning and just jumping to a PS2 or a PS3 or whatever, or playing Roblox or whatever, take them to a library for 30 minutes or an hour. Carve that time out. Carve it out. You have to invest in your children. You cannot rely on teachers to do everything. And when the teachers are reaching out to you, understand it is because they care about your child. Don't only show up to fight and argue with a teacher. Make the time, parents. And I'm done. Next up, we hop on over to Dominica, where the government orders an investigation after a roof collapsed at a grammar school. Article courtesy of Loop News. The government of Dominica has issued a statement regarding the collapse of the concrete roof at the Dominica Grammar School, which is currently under construction in the capital. The incident occurred on Monday when the roof of the school's auditorium gave way. Fortunately, no injuries were reported. The government of Dominica views the collapse of the concrete roof at the Dominica Grammar School construction site on Monday, June 16, as a matter of grave concern and is addressing the incident with the highest level of urgency and seriousness. That was a statement released by the acting Prime Minister, Denise Charles Pemberton, on Wednesday. Thank God. Thank God. Engineering, and that includes the calculation of the weight of the concrete used, the strength of the framing, the metal frame. It's all engineering. You know, figure that out. Grenada, you're next. PM Mitchell said regional governments must be prepared to negotiate with Trump. According to NowGrenada.com, Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell said that Caribbean governments must be prepared to negotiate and educate representatives of the Trump administration on how their policies will affect states in the region. Describe, that is, if you can get through to them because them not too all right upstairs, Mr. Mitchell. Miss Sarah, I tell you, I don't know if you've been watching the news and what we have to deal with here because we have people who don't even know about Iran, but yeah, you know how it goes, Mr. Mitchell. Describing the Trump administration, which was sworn into office in January 2024, as engaging in never-ending negotiations, he said that policies of the Trump administration, which may affect the region, should not only highlight the harms it can bring, but also the benefits. The new administration in the United States is not yet a year in, and I think we have seen their style. It is attack, counterattack. It is do, then withdraw. It's quote, unquote, the art of deal making. It is constant, never-ending negotiation, and I think we just have to be prepared for that. The question sought his response to the latest travel ban as proposed by the U.S. 4 of the 36 countries on the list are Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, member states, that is, with citizenship by investment programs. These programs provided for foreign nationals to obtain citizenship of these countries through real estate investment or depositing millions into a government fund. One thing I can say, Prime Minister Mitchell and the other leaders who are going to be joining Mr. Mitchell's initiative. Be strong. Don't get distracted, with the way they speak, because they will take you down every lane into every nook and cranny. They're not cohesive, right? They're all over the place. And you're aware of that. So just, stay focused, stay grounded, stick to your talking points. And when them start going off on a tangent, as our fearless leader does, just bring them back. Bring them back. Consistently bring them back. Okay? Because you may ask them a question and they start talking about Biden and Obama. Yeah. They still talk about Obama. So just be prepared. Be prepared. Have the mental fortitude. Lord knows my prayers will be with you all. A U.S. tourist has been reported missing in Western Jamaica, according to loopnews.com. The police in Western Jamaica are appealing to the public for help in locating 29-year-old American woman, Bethany Park, who was reported missing while visiting the island. Park of State Bridge Road in Atlanta, Georgia, was last heard from on Monday, June 16, according to police reports. Her final pinned locations were recorded in the parishes of St. James and Westmoreland. Park is described as having a brown complexion, medium build, and standing approximately 5 feet 4 inches tall. Police say it is unknown what she was wearing at the time of her disappearance, and all efforts to locate her so far have been unsuccessful. Anyone with information about Bethany Park's whereabouts is urged to contact the Barnett Street Police at 876-952-2333, the police emergency number 119, or make a report at the nearest police station. Next up, small farmers earned millions from tourism through Alex portal, according to Bartlett. Article courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Small local farmers earned over $400 million last year from supplying the tourism sector with produce through the Agri-Linkages Exchange, Alex portal. Minister of Tourism Edmund Bartlett made the announcement at Wednesday's post-cabinet media briefing at the office of the Prime Minister. Here is Mahiri Stewart with more in this report.
Edmund Bartlett revealed the massive figure while detailing his ministry's initiatives centered around linking the country's agriculture and tourism sectors. He notes that small farmers are making significant earnings through his ministry's agri-linkages exchange, Alex portal.
And those small farmers, 3 acres, 1.5 acres, not the big guys, because the big guys are out there supplying also, but the little guys now. And they have in 1 year, so far this year, over $450 million of trading has happened on that platform between those small farmers, the little farmer and the hotels. And since we have started, it's nearly $2 billion that have traded overall.
The Alex portal was launched in 2020. It's a joint initiative of the ministry through the Tourism Enhancement Fund, TEF, and the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA. It brings hoteliers into direct contact with the farmers and, in turn, reduces leakages and helps Jamaica retain more of the economic benefits of tourism. Minister Bartlett is urging more farmers to grow more produce and utilize the portal.
42% of the expenditure of a visitor is on food. So if you want to really make resource flow into your space and stay, build out your capacity to supply the food requirements of the tourists. Alex allowed them to connect directly with the hotels to sell their produce from their fields. So the farmer with his iPhone calls the purveyors in Iberia Star, makes the transaction, and with a little luck with PayPal, gets paid immediately, and the food is delivered fresh to the storeroom of the hotels.
According to the minister, this is just one area that the Prime Minister has been pushing for increased contracts between hoteliers and local manufacturers to further grow the sector.
We're expanding this, and we are now going to plant out 2,000 lime trees, because lime is a big item of demand in tourism and not available. We have to be importing lime. So 2,000 trees are now being planted. Strawberry was a big issue, and we used to import heavily strawberry. Now strawberry is supplied to the tourists. We are now supplying these things. So what we want to do is to scale up these operations. And our Prime Minister has been very strong on the issue of long-term contracts to be developed between farmers and the hoteliers and manufacturers too, for other items of like bedding and so on and so forth.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
Pick up yourself, Mr. Bartlett. Yeah, right. That's so. Pick up yourself. This is good. We have to give credit where credit is due. We have which part of them plant? Dream, you know, it's a strawberry plant in Jamaica. How do you go up into the hills of St. Andrew? You know, go behind Gordon Town, round us up. One part round and one part, upper one part. Yeah, man, them grow strawberry. Mm-hmm. You're too bad, Dre. You're too bad. But congratulations, Minister Bartlett, I will say, to you and the persons who worked alongside you with regard to the Alex portal. So, folks, spread the word that the portal is available. I think most folks in Jamaica have a cell phone, do have a smartphone. Encourage those who are into farming to download the portal so that they're able to make the links that are necessary. I agree. You know, we sit here daily, well, not daily, at least once a week. We talk about the need for self-sustenance, right? We talk about how we have the land and we need to be able to feed ourselves, feed our sectors. We need to lower our importation bill. So I am very grateful to know that there is this initiative of the ministry through the Tourism Enhancement Fund, the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, right? And yes, the hotels are purchasing food. They have been doing that for a long time, trust me. And are not new, but now it is being streamlined and making it easier for farmers to sell their wares. And thank you, Minister Bartlett, for mentioning the 2,000 lime trees that are going to be planted so that we can grow our own limes. Yeah, you know, people need them drinks. Primarily, that's what we use the lands for. So congrats. Big up yourself. Again, I'm going to say you are the hardest working minister we have in Parliament. Any comments before I move on to the next one? Good. All right. Next up, we hop on over to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. PM Gonsalves says OECS might have to consider exiting the CSME. Who was it that we spoke about yesterday? Which other Caribbean leader that said it yesterday? Not in the head, just as bad as mine. Nobody not remember. You see, Ja wasn't here yesterday because Ja was under manners yesterday. Otherwise, she would be able to tell me. I don't remember which island it was yesterday. Lord have mercy up here. All people may have a hang around with on a head bad just like mine. Oh shoot, I almost forgot. Let me see. There was another island where their leader was, let me find my show for yesterday. Because a time me out.
Or something like St. Lucia, who was talking about the visiting head of state from Nigeria.
Was it that one? Nigerian president to make historic long week visit to St. Lucia. You know, you may be right. Let me go to that one. Come on, I want to see something real quick. Hold on. Was it this one? Where he said, what am I waiting? Nigerian President Bola Tinubu is scheduled to visit St. Lucia from June 28th to July. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, in that article it was brought up. Yeah. Pierre also invited leaders of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States to travel to St. Lucia during the visit for formal talks with Tinubu. The discussions are expected to explore cooperation in areas such as economic development, education, infrastructure, diplomatic exchange. The OECS includes Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Montserrat, the British Virgin Islands, and Anguilla. Yeah. My brain's still sharp. Yes, Ada Soji. You know, all isn't lost. There is hope. So let us go ahead and read this article courtesy of loopnews.com. St. Vincent and the Grenadines Prime Minister Dr. Ralph Gonsalves has assumed the chairmanship of the sub-regional Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, highlighting a number of complaints about the larger Caribbean community, CARICOM regional bloc. Like St. Lucia, opposition leader Alan Chastanet had done during the meeting of the OECS Assembly on Tuesday, Gonsalves said that to address some of these issues, the OECS may have to decouple from some elements of CARICOM. Chastanet had asked the OECS Assembly, comprising government and opposition legislators from the 9-member grouping, to consider what would happen if the sub-regional group exited CARICOM and negotiated bilateral agreements with the other members. However, Gonsalves did not go so far, saying the OECS countries may well, most reluctantly by force of circumstances, have to put on the table the continued relevance of our participation in the CSME, which is the CARICOM single market and economy, while, of course, remaining in CARICOM until the inequities referred to herein are satisfied. The CSME is an arrangement among CARICOM member states aimed at creating a single, larger economic space by removing trade barriers and facilitating the free movement of goods, services, people, capital, and technology. Gonsalves, currently the longest serving head of government in the 15-member CARICOM, noted that the OECS has a deeper level of integration than CARICOM. I know how Mr. President feel, I know how James feel, I know. OECS, CARICOM. Who are the elements? I want to hear on a call name. Elements are the people that matter about, you know. On a call name. One must call the people them name, put the name. You may have to decouple from some elements of CARICOM.
Maybe.
But hold on, Adasoji. Shh. You notice that this has come up now that the baton is going to be handed over to him July 1st?
Yeah, so basically, you know, when people come into church and they have those grand aunties have their big hats on and they're side eyeing the that look at what just walked in.
Yes, I saw. They tolerate, but they don't really like.
Exactly. And so when he speaks with his booming voice, yes, I speak in the name of Jamaica. I do this. I'm like, yeah. Okay. You're all right.
We never call no name, no, we never call. But it's kind of a snob, huh?
It's not really a snob because
It's
as
a
much
form of snobbing. In a way, you want to move away from those
no,
elements.
the thing about diplomacy is this: you're allowed to use language. They didn't call any name, so would you feel aggrieved when somebody says certain elements? Why would you think I'm talking about you?
And I'm a Samiyata. Because you know what it is? You know what it is with everybody over there in the Eastern Caribbean? Just because we way out over here, so, and we are closest to Big Brother, and we tend to appease Big Brother when Big Brother said jump, we say, hold on, how high? And we think that we think we're better than.
Exactly. So you're going to get that sort of look, not least because of your proximity to the United States, but also your activity, the way you move. I mean, it's one thing to be close to a country, but also the way you move. We're talking the question of Cuba, the question of Haiti, and what's the other one recently? What's the other one? Venezuela and Guyana. You understand? So those three matters are on the table. So when they see the way, quote unquote, Big Brother dances, and they see your lock in step with Big Brother, of course, you become an element that they have to keep an eye on. You know, fine, they can't talk to your face to like, hey, bro, you're moving wrong. But hey, you know, it is what it is. You've got 6 months. You just watch you from afar. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
You want to tie us to the United States now? So that's why they're saying we need to start thinking of decoupling. Because if he moves to move the CARICOM towards the United States, making them almost subservient, come on. It's like, what are we doing here, bro?
Yeah. Can't trust us. That's pretty much what it is. They don't trust us to make the right calls, to represent us the right way, to have a shared interest, to be.
I mean, look at the series of statements when it comes to, not least the issue of what's it called? What was that issue? The one about the Cuban workers. Can you see the minimal kind of response? That's not like, no, we don't do that in Jamaica. You had to rely on the lady, the great lady. Motley, exactly. To make it clear to the point where the gentleman in St. Vincent was the one who said, listen, if I have to give up my passport, I don't really care at this point. But Mr. Yes, Jamaica is the best when it comes to the Caribbean. We've, you know, and then you've got the clapping.
The clapping seals.
The clapping seals and power. Yeah. It's like, and? Seriously.
Yeah, it's all making sense.
Of Jamaica. The size of Jamaica alone. Jamaica could be, if Jamaica wanted to be, it could be a buffer between the United States and the Caribbean. And what do I mean by that? It's like, okay, hold on. We can't really do that. That is not in line with, okay, guys, I know we don't quite agree with this way of doing things, but can we find a center ground? That role Jamaica should be playing in that neck of the woods, not, sticking your head up somebody else's. Sorry, it's not the entire country, but I'm just talking about the guy with the booming voice. Yes.
All right, time for us to go down panic, go down panic field. Sports news out of the Caribbean corner. Usain Bolt has been named Guinness World Records icon. Awesome. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Jamaican sprint legend Usain Bolt has been officially named a Guinness World Records icon. This is in celebration of the organization's 70th anniversary. Bolt, widely regarded as the fastest sprinter of all time, holds several jaw-dropping records, most famously the fastest 100 meters male ever run, clocking an astonishing 9.58 seconds. He said, "I'm honored to be a part of the greats and always happy to be recognized by the Guinness World Records book. For years, I've been in there and I've finally got all the certificates, which are going to really look good in my house," he said. Guinness World Records editor-in-chief Craig Glenday personally met with Bolt to present him with the icon certificate and quiz him on some of his achievements. Among his many accolades, Bolt still holds the world records for the 150 meters, 14.35 seconds, 200 meters, 19.19 seconds, both set in 2009 and still unbeaten. Throughout his career, Bolt dominated the track, becoming the only athlete in history to win 3 consecutive Olympic gold medals in the 100 meters. After the quiz, Glenday surprised Bolt with 15 official Guinness World Record certificates, each representing a title he'd earned over the years. Big up yourself!
Did he break Michael Johnson's 200?
Who?
Mike Johnson's 200. Did he break the 200?
Who's that?
Okay, all right. You see, this is what we're talking about. This is why these guys want to decouple from you. You see? You see now? Okay.
I mean, come on. Come on. Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, they're saying that he holds the record for 200 meters and 150 meters. Probably not for the 100, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like Ted Cruz. I don't keep a tab in my head.
All right.
That is the Caribbean Corner, 7 minutes after the top of the hour. Thank you once again to everyone listening online, qmzradio.com, for quality music while you work or play, janoradio.com, the nonstop party vibe station, and I should say the Jano Radio News and Talk channel, and madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live and everyone right here with me on TikTok. Yeah. Okay. Las noticias. What do we have? We have one story. Listen, the DR. Let me figure through the DR with a fine tooth comb, because here we have a report. Another one. 243 pounds of Mary Jane found in secret compartment of vehicle. Article courtesy of loopnews.com. Authorities in the Dominican Republic have seized 243 pounds of Mary Jane and arrested a 39-year-old man during an interdiction operation at the Francisco del Rosario Sanchez Road in Bani, Peravia province. Members of the Interagency Task Force and agents of the National Drug Control Directorate, coordinated by the Public Prosecutor's Office, made the seizure at the Los Pilones checkpoint when they intercepted the driver of a truck. Military personnel and agents supported by a canine unit discovered a secret compartment in the back of the vehicle where the substance was hidden. Mary Jane is not substance. Mary Jane is greens. Anyway, A more rigorous inspection was carried out, finding 30 packages of vegetable presumed to be Mary Jane wrapped in plastic cases, weighing approximately 243 pounds. The detainee had his Hyundai truck confiscated, where the substance, a cell phone, and personal documents were found. Boy, Beijing and Berlin. What's up, Dr. Leslie? Well, go on.
Was that spinach?
On the international scene, Ethiopian Airlines inaugurates new flights to this Indian city. Okay, them black me from reading it, so whatever. I'm not arguing with you now. I'm not gonna argue with them. Let's try this again. See if I can get to open it. Okay, so Ethiopian Airlines inaugurates new flights to these Indian cities. Hyderabad is a key player in India's tech and pharma sectors and also a growing center for international students and outbound travelers. Article comes to us courtesy of Aviation as in a major step towards deepening India-Africa aviation ties, Ethiopian Airlines has officially touched down in HYD, Hyderabad. The inaugural flight departed from Addis Ababa Bole International Airport yesterday. No, lie, on the 16th. Ooh, I'm off with my dates. This marks a historic moment for both regions. With the launch, Hyderabad becomes the airline's fifth Indian destination after Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, and Chennai. These new flights further strengthen the bridge between the two rapidly growing markets. I'm here for it. India, Ethiopia. Keep strengthening those ties. Keep strengthening those ties.
South. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Sounds good to me. In other news on the international scene, the brand new high-speed train connecting two major Middle Eastern cities. What did you refer to those Middle Eastern cities as? The shopping mall of the Middle East?
Oh, the Middle East shopping malls, Abu Dhabi and Dubai.
Okay, so let's get into this one, courtesy of Time Out. So, high-speed train services are in development all over the planet right now, from Europe to North Africa and East Asia. And now there's set to be an innovative new service connecting two major cities in the Middle East. At an official ceremony in the Al Faya Depot in Abu Dhabi, a brand new high-speed service between the Emirati capital and Dubai was announced, thanks to a project being led by Etihad Rail. Abu Dhabi is already one of the best cities in the world for public transport. You hear that, US? Best. And this new passenger service is set to vastly improve connectivity between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. The train is set to reach impressive speeds of 350 kilometers per hour, slashing journey times between the two hubs to just 30 minutes, which will make life a whole lot more pleasant for commuters and tourists. Wow. Have you been to Abu Dhabi, Adesoji? Or Dubai? Have you been?
No, I don't. There's nothing of interest for me there, I'm sorry.
But a lot of Africans flock to Dubai,
Well,
especially. A lot of Nigerians flock to Dubai, don't they?
again, that's them having the Jamaican experience with KFC. You're constantly wanting to go and buy things that from people who don't like you with money you don't have. But hey, can't blame people.
Where's Kabang to defend her people? You and Kabang must be from two different tribes.
Oh well.
Her
Listen.
tribe seems to be more affluent than your tribe.
No, it's not a question of affluence. Sometimes it's you knowing. Okay, so it's one thing for you to trade with someone, and it's another thing for the person you're trading with to sort of beyond the commerce you have some sort of respect for you. When people don't have a respect for you and you're essentially giving your money to them, what does that tell you about them? You're seeking their validation of what? What are you doing? What are you doing? You know, yes, you can go there and shop, but half of the time you go there and shop, the only reason why most of those malls still existed is because of predominantly Black people. Go look at their malls. Who goes in there? If they want to shop, they come to Europe. They come to Europe. They're in London as we speak. There's if you Google it, there's an exclusive store that they all queue to go into, and it's called Harrods.
Harrods. You can't
Exactly.
go to England without going to Harrods.
Because as official, by appointment of His Majesty the King, they're the official shop of the British royal family. You're essentially buying the shit they buy, for want of a better word. The overpriced shit that they buy.
Just to be able to say,
I shop there.
I shop there too.
When there's a station outside there. There's an underground station outside there. I kid you not. When you drive past there, you will laugh your head off. Do you know why? And it's what's the closest thing in the United States that I saw it's like going to Macy's. You know, when you carry your bag, their bag is green and Harrods is written in gold letterings. So it's, oh yeah, where did you shop? Oh, Harrods. And they carry the bag in such a way that it's so prominent that you're looking at it.
You're a hater, Ada Soji. You're a hater. You're a hater of the people who love and just want to shop at those places.
No, don't get me wrong. There is nothing. Listen, we know the deal. We know the deal. We Brits, we know the deal. It's like, you want the experience. Okay, fine, go do it. But don't do it thinking we can't. Mm-hmm. It's not that we can't. It's like we don't care. That's the difference. It's like we've I don't even know how to describe that shop to you. I mean, you've heard about it, but you go in there, you're okay, so on the ground floor, you come in, and depending on what side you come in.
Hold on, do you have a coffee shop in there?
Yeah, there's a coffee shop there. There are coffee shops at the 4th floor, which is where the food hall is. So you've got the food halls, you've got the expensive olives, the one that's just been picked from some of the finest vines in the Middle East, and strawberries, fit for a king, that kind of.
You notice Ada Soji knows the deal, right? So
And then they come in. It's like, good afternoon. Is this your first time of visiting our store? Yes, it is. Oh, thank you. Would you like to try a glass of champagne?
Moet.
No. You see, that is how they know that you don't shop with us. You don't call the name of the thing.
Oh, okay. But
because
they do serve Moet and Chandon.
No. You see, wait for the experience. The bottle is wrapped, so they pour it into your bottle, into your glass. You swirl it around and you drink. And you say,
no. You sip. You don't drink. You sip.
And you say, oh, I really like that. And they will ask you, so how many bottles would you like? Or would you like a case? Because they know you're not going to ask the price.
Ja, you see where he's going to take you shopping when you touch down in London town. Harry.
You wish.
He knows the deal, right?
You wish.
I can't wait, because we're not going to buy anything. I just want to go in and get the free champagne.
Oh, and in what's it called? And in Christmas time is the best time to visit. You know why? You get a free box of chocolates.
I mean, they have right now. There is a beautiful Valentino bag that's on sale, folks. If you can afford it, it's on sale for $1,550.
Only.
I mean, it was $2,500.
Yeah. So, yeah. And there are 2 stores actually on that street, just for them. And when I say for them, the Toppy Nose people. There is Harvey Nichols and there is Harrods. So Harvey Nichols is a step down, but there are most of these designer brands make things exclusively for them.
Yeah.
So you will see when you buy anything from there, you will see exclusively for Harrods.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find anywhere else. Yeah. Yes.
I see where you shop. Go on with your bad self, Adasoji. Go on with your bad self. Okay, next up, our final story on the international news scene. China sees $500 billion trade surplus by redirecting exports. Wow! According to news.com, China is once again shaking up global trade, but this time the disruption is not hitting the United States directly. After being squeezed by President Trump's tariffs, Chinese factories are redirecting exports, everything from toys to electric vehicles, and they're redirecting to markets in Southeast Asia, Europe, and Latin America. The result? China's trade surplus has ballooned to nearly $500 billion this year, up more than 40% from last year.
Numbers are, but it shows of.
John, where are you? You okay?
Without the United States.
Who's in Harrods?
They can do it without the.
If that's the level of service we're going to have with her in Harrods, we need
Wait,
not go.
y'all can't hear me?
No. Step outside Harrods for a second.
I said that. Oh, okay. Give me a moment. I said that's crazy, but what it does is prove to other countries that they can have power without the United States. I yield.
But didn't I say, I said this when the whole debacle was happening. I said, China does not need the US the way we think. They do. They don't. We are, but what? Yes, we consume a lot. Without a doubt. How many countries in the world? We're but one. All them have to do is redirect. Boom. See ya. Call me Cleo. Call me Miss Cleo. China wasn't going to lose anything. We're the ones losing right now. Imagine. 40% up. Come on now. Did anybody put this news story on his... Did anybody put it in a video format for him? Because putting it on the desk isn't going to make sense. Because remember, they're trying to do a Fox News style delivery of... what was it again, Adasoji? The
presidential daily briefing.
Daily briefing, right. So they were moving away, making it more friendly, user-friendly, or to be able to hold his attention. So they were going to put it in video format. So they may want to put this in video format for him. And I want to hear his response. What does he have to say now?
Oh, well, he's going to double down because he clearly... his story is not quite lining up, and his people are getting sort of tired of all the... Did you not say they will get tired of winning? But in this case, they're just losing. So unfortunately, they're going to have to get used to that aspect of their existence.
Thank you, Cupcake. Meanwhile, China's exports to the US in May plummeted nearly 35% from a year earlier. But even with them with the plummet in the exports to the US, they were still able to balloon 40% just by shipping to Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, and Latin America. Look at that.
There's a reason why the factory of the world, most of the stuff they produce don't really have to, don't really have to stay in the warehouse because there's already a market for it. They looked at you, decided, okay, what does Moment need? Moment needs a microphone. Moment needs a headphone. It's already there. So when Moment goes online and is looking for a microphone and a headphone, she sees the one within her budget and she buys it. And they supply you. So imagine if they do that to 1 billion people in the world. Whoever is making headphones and microphones is going to be making, what's it called? Hand over fist profits, you know. But meanwhile, you are here just blowing hot air about America being great. Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Oh, boy. Anyway, let's take a listen to this one.
I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship.
Is
and
AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay. When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Same one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay, so it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why aren't
they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions. And you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker,
you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is...
Oh, and before I go any further, I just want to remind folks who Ted Cruz is. His parents, father, Rafael Cruz. Who is Rafael Cruz? He's a Cuban-American evangelical preacher, all right? Cuban-American evangelical preacher, okay? Let's keep it going.
Lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. They talk with them. I don't know what they do. I can
But
tell
why
you,
don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government?
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I
Of
talk
course
with,
you do.
with
Of course you
foreign
do.
countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know. So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
I get it. I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city,
right?
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Yeah.
And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes $1,000 check and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. I know what it looks like.
But that is not, and by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have, when you're in Dallas, you're meeting with
false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay,
that's a really
different
simple
from
question.
Lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking
to
with them?
represent
Yes,
the
it's
Israeli
Israel
government?
directing them. You want to talk about FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone?
Yeah.
It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does it?
Rafael Bienvenido Cruz y Diaz is an Cuban-American evangelical preacher and the father of the U.S. Senator Ted Cruz. He has served as a surrogate in his son's political campaigns. He's 86 years old, born 1939 in Matanzas, Cuba. Now, Rafael, his wife gave birth to Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was born December 22, 1970, Foothills Medical Center, Calgary, Canada. Go ahead, Shelley.
That was so embarrassing. I mean, in that capacity that you sit, you're going to an interview. Aren't you prepped? Did he have any idea of any of the questions that he would be asked? Does he have knowledge of anything? Because I've seen several clips. He doesn't know the population of Iran. He doesn't know things that if you're in the capacity, you should keep up with that information. I mean, it was so embarrassing. If he was my father or my brother, the next time we were at the cookout, I couldn't look him in his face.
This man made me like a video that Candace Owens put up.
You like, he let you like Candace Owens?
Imagine, not like Candace Owens, like a video that because I detest what she has done. I detest what she did. I don't detest her. I don't hate anybody. I detest what she did to Kamala Harris. I don't see forgiveness right now. I have pity on her. But he made me like a video that she put up. Imagine that.
And you're correct, because I am not a person who like Tucker Carlson, and it is so funny that in this video I have to agree with Tucker Carlson, and I don't, whichever social media platform I saw it on, the comments, people in the comments were saying the same. I can't stand Tucker Carlson, and this man is making me like Tucker Carlson right now, because he was making so much more sense. He was acting the professional. He was acting like he had knowledge of the subject, as he should in that situation. If you are in that situation and you're going to willingly present yourself to an interview, you're supposed to prepare and extra prepare. You're supposed to prepare for questions that he doesn't even have time to ask. I'm embarrassed.
Oh, by the way, President Jinping made a post. You want to hear it? Jinping said, the world, I forgot to read this with the previous article. The world can move on without the United States. 100 years ago, the British Empire dominated global commerce, commanding more than 20% of the world's wealth. Many believed the sun would never set. 200 years ago, France bestrode Europe's stage. Its armies feared. Its culture envied. Napoleon declared himself immortal. 400 years ago, the Spanish crown reigned from Manila to Mexico, its treasure fleets groaning with silver and silk. The kings thought their glory would last eternal. Each empire proclaimed itself indispensable. Each was ultimately eclipsed. Power wanes, influence migrates, and legitimacy dies the moment it's assumed rather than earned. Should America forfeit the world's respect, it will discover what every fallen empire learned too late. The world moves on always. Yeah, back over to someone open the mic. Go ahead again, Shelly. Oh, that was Ada Soldier. Sorry, Ada Soldier. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shelly wants to go. She can go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me just say this real quick. The minute he imposed the embargo, the tariff, of course, it looked like embargo, don't it? The minute he imposed all of these tariffs on around the world and countries around the world, I was saying the same thing that Xi Jinping is saying. The thing is, America does not realize that the rest of the world is not the same as it was 20 years ago. There's so many countries around the world who have much more buying power than they did 20, 25 years ago. People have been moving away from a lot of things that they depended on the US for a long time ago. But this statement that Xi Jinping made, him better looking at himself, because him better think very hard that it will go back to China and back to him as well. So while China is reigning supremely over the world, he needs to realize that this statement have a back pointing on China.
He knows. I think he knows. I think he knows, Shelley. I think he knows that when he's pointing the finger and making a statement, I think what he wants to do is remind us of history. In doing so, reminding himself. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
Oh, yes. To Mr. Cruz, Senator Cruz of Texas.
By way of Canada. By way of
Cuba. So Rafael Cruz, who now calls himself Ted Cruz. Okay. So there was two things. I watched the entire interview. There was it was interesting. There was two things there. You have a Christian nationalist in Tucker Carlson, who also happens to be a journalist. He might not be the kind of journalist you like, but he's still a journalist. And you have Rafael Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz, who happens to be a senator, but also doubles as a constitutional lawyer. Ted Cruz graduated.
Such a shame. From Harvard School, right?
Harvard School of Law. 1992 to 1995, I believe. Okay, so when he posed that question to him, it's not that Ted Cruz did not know the answer to that question. is because Ted Cruz never expected Tucker Carlson to ask him that question and did not know how to answer it.
No, he didn't know how to answer it.
No, what I mean, he doesn't know how to answer it. He doesn't know how to answer it without incriminating himself. Because the moment you agree that AIPAC is a lobbying firm, is a lobbying group that refuses to register, then you are, quote unquote, saying effectively you are being accessory to, a crime being committed. And, you need look no further than Eric Adams with Turkey, Michael Flynn also with Turkey. And guess what they both have in common? They've both been somewhat pardoned by Donald Trump. So what you don't want to do is expose yourself to the point where you are beholden to Donald Trump. So he was being careful in that interview. And so every other question that he was posed to him in there, he answered like, in some places he answered like a US senator, dumb and stupid. And in some, yeah, because you can't claim you're a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and you don't know anything about Iran. The same country that has been on the lips of the United States since 1979. Are we okay? Come on. So that's two. Number three, what else did he say in that interview that cracked me up? Because there was nothing surprising in that interview. It was just the level of duplicity that they were both playing at. Tucker Carlson was trying as much as possible to distance himself from what is coming in terms of the intervention in Iran, but not create a wedge between him and Trump. Although he has said it in his text that was revealed in the course of that was the machines, that he can't really stand Trump. He doesn't like him, that kind of thing. So we know where he stands with regards to that. But the last final point was this. When Ted Cruz said, when he went around the houses and he was saying, they raise money and they organize dinners and they buy. Listen, there is no free lunch anywhere, dude. When these guys give you money and you don't do their bidding, you'll be out of office because they will primary you, and you know that. So all of that, I mean, just watch. And he said, they don't influence their decision. I mean, he didn't say it directly, but, sort of paraphrase. Go and watch all their voting patterns. Who goes into Congress as a US senator and says you're going out to look out for Israel? Israel is not your constituency. Texas is. Well, I suppose they're not, because you did leave them in the middle of a freeze to go to Cancun. So,
we have a comment on YouTube that was just posted. Due to affordability and literacy, due to affordability and illiteracy, KFC is seen as a luxury brand. All right, so here's the video that I came across and I stumbled upon. Take a listen. Whoops, hold on, go back. Where's my volume? Turn up my volume. Turn it up.
I mean, the Bella Hadid story is stunning. These people came on ships holding up signs about World War II saying, please, we're refugees, let us into your home. And the Palestinians opened their doors to them. This is the story of Muhammad Hadid and Bella Hadid, the model, Gigi Hadid. He was an infant. His mother had just given birth. They allowed these refugees, these Polish refugees, to live in their homes as refugees because they wanted to help them following a world war. And then one day they came back to their houses and the doors were locked. They came home, the doors were locked, and guns were being held, and they were told, leave right now, or some soldiers are going to come murder you. Do you guys understand? Just go through that in your head. wherever it is that you live right now in the world. Imagine your family has lived on that land for hundreds and hundreds of years. That this has been your home for hundreds of years. And then you say, oh, you know what? The Ukrainian war is happening right now. I feel really bad. I'm going to allow a Ukrainian to live in my house, maybe here in Tennessee, live in my house. And you allow them and you share with them. And you do this out of the kindness of your heart, right? Because you are being taken over, perhaps by the spirit of Christ and charity. And one day you come back to your house and the doors are locked, and those refugees that you let in are telling you that if you try to open that door, you are going to die. That is how the land was given to them. That's a fact. No one can dispute that. There was no money. There was no trade. There was no conversation. They were effectively hijacked in their own homes. So the entire story of Israel has been immoral, okay? And it has really hinged upon our ignorance. We have all been ignorant, and it's time to stop. Because once you know the truth, now it is your burden to carry, okay? If you are truly ignorant and you support something, as I did, back when I was a Zionist, hitting the ground, talking about Israel, tweeting about Israel and how we must support Israel, then that's okay. That's going to be acceptable, because one day we're all going to have to account before our Creator. I have to hope that that is going to be acceptable, that it was truly ignorance and I believed that I was doing the right thing. But you now know this is not the right thing. And if you keep doing that, thing out of fear, all right, out of, I don't know, a jerk knee reaction because you're scared of being canceled. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be you when you meet your maker. I wouldn't want to be you when you have to stand before the Lord and account for what you allowed to take place, because those children are dying. They are being burned to death. They have been carpet bombed. The access to those images, it's at your fingertips. I mean, the Bella had.
So, Candace, I will say this to you. You chose to ignore the truth that was being broadcast. Just as you mentioned, just as you said in the last part of your clip, the information is at your fingertips. It has always been at your fingertips. Let us say from the inception, let us say we were all unaware. Those of us who gather here day in, day out since the inception of Coffee and Joe, January 2022, we have always been aware. You chose to ignore. You chose to ignore. Let's call a spade a spade. Let us not try to claim ignorance in this. You chose to ignore. You chose to be a puppeteer for dollars and cents. You chose that. Let's call a spade. If we're going to be honest, be honest. The information was out there. When the first incident happened, in the first recent incident, everybody said, pay attention. This is nothing new. It's been going on from Wappy Kill Phillip from way back when. People went back 70 plus years, but nobody wanted to listen. I will say, though, I give you and I thank you for using your voice to appeal to your followers, your minions, who will probably now have their eyes open, because sometimes it takes a fool to open the eyes of the dumb. So I will thank you for coming forward and acknowledging your wrongs and now wanting to right said wrongs. And that, what she said in the beginning, is the part of the history that nobody wants to talk about. That nobody, if you dare talk about it, you are, you're the evil.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis. So you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology. I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker,
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes. Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel.
There is a difference, and clearly, he doesn't even know the difference. You see, and that is the problem. A lot of people will like to extract and then shape and mold and use it to fit our narratives. It would have been better had he said nothing. It would have been better if he were silent. Go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the BS that was said in that in that interview. One of the many BS. I mean, I enjoy people to go on YouTube and watch it. It's about 1 hour, 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, thereabouts. But you just crack it. You just tip yourself over laughing. The first important thing about this entire crisis that I want you to understand. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to quote what she said there. And it pains me to say it. When Candace Owen said, oh God, I'm going to have to wash my mouth afterwards. When that lady said that you have no excuse not to know about the information is out there. I'm not talking about the live streaming stuff, right? First and foremost, let's get one thing out of the way. What is going on there has nothing, and I repeat, nothing to do with religion. I repeat, has nothing to do with religion, because if it does, you won't be targeting Palestinians carte blanche. And what do I mean by that? In the same group of Palestinians, there are Jewish, there are Christians, and there are also Muslims. Yeah? And so you will not be supporting the displacement of Palestinians. The Christian right in the United States will not be supported if they knew what they're buying into, which essentially is nothing other than settler colonialism. I repeat, it is settler colonialism. It is displacing a group of people so that you can have a set of people in there who can then take your ideology forward. And what is that ideology? Is the fact that you can use power and might to go and take people's assets, resources, and use it for your own benefit. And if you're really on your game, you can turn the population into a subservient one that they will serve your interest. That's what it's all about. And the reason I say that is, every time you see this concept of, oh, we open up ourselves in order to help a certain people and you're getting the better off, you see what immediately replaced that. In Namibia, the same thing. In South Africa, 1652, the same thing. In Zimbabwe, the same thing. In Malawi, the same thing. In Kenya, the same thing. In Libya, the same thing. In Tunisia, the same thing, right? In Egypt, the same thing. And bringing us back now to the latest, Iran, the same thing. With Iran, it's even doubly funny. And here is where it gets really, it's comedy central. You claim that the guys running the governments right now in Iran are undemocratic. Yeah? The democratically elected president of Iran, the prime minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, was removed by the British government working in conjunction with the CIA. Why do you think they did? It was because Mossadegh said the oil fields of Iran should serve the interest of the people of Iran. But you did not want that. Instead, what you wanted was somebody that you can put in place. And who did you put? You put the Shah, Pahlavi, in charge. The guy run the place like a despot. Yeah? And here is a circle. You want to now go back to that because I can see his son all of a sudden has popped up his head and is talking about how they can overthrow the government in Iran. I'm laughing. I'm like, you don't even know what's coming. What's coming is this. If the US gets involved in Iran on the side of the Israelis, you notice why I call them the Israelis, right? On the side of
because
the Israelis.
there's a difference. I think we taught the difference some
Yeah,
time
yeah,
ago.
yeah. On the side of the Israelis, one thing I can guarantee you as sure as rain is that the government of Jordan, the government of the shopping mall, which is just across the waters from Iran, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, all of those governments will be toppled. And the reason I say that is this. Most of them are just beholden to the West. They don't exactly have the support of their people. Because the moment you lance the boil, that is the Israelis in that neck of the woods, which is what Iranians, the retort at the moment, the aerial retort is doing. The moment you lance that boil and you make them seem vulnerable, they will crack. And so if you then go after their leader, I mean, you've already heard what the guy in Iraq had said. You don't want to do that because if you do that, I can guarantee you what's coming next, you will not be able to contain. And they're really not ready. I kid you not, they're not. They think they are. They think, you know, like the bully in the playground where you can just stop. But until that bully gets tapped back in the face and then realize, oh, things have changed. That's when you realize that those eras are long gone. Right now, Britain and France, with the help of the Chinese, have called the Iranian foreign minister to a meeting in Geneva. They're going there to grovel because they know these guys will not back down. And if you look at the terrain of Iran, welcome to paradise, as they say. I yield.
So, real quick, just a quick reminder. And I may get flagged for this. It's okay. I'm flagged all the time. Nothing new. There's a difference between the Israelis and the Israelites. There is a difference. The Israelis are the refugees from Europe who were seeking safekeeping, a safe haven. And your beloved country has something to do with that, right? Anyway.
Very much so with the Balfour Declaration of 1917. Yes.
There you have it. See, there we have it. You see, you can learn history here, right? So the Israelites are the 12 sons of Jacob, the descendants of the 12 sons of Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, who is the most popular one, and Benjamin. None of who is there as a refugee belongs to any of those tribes.
So, quick one before you tap. It's also very important that we're conversant with the history of the place that they want to now go into. the beauty about the Western establishment is there's this thing about they dump their documents every other 25 years. The history of that overflow.
Hold it. Want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. And a big thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com. Any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. We are continuing on janoradio.com, News and Talk, YouTube, and on TikTok. Thank you. Go right ahead, Adesoji. Back over to you.
Also, as I was saying, yes. So that it doesn't seem as if one is just throwing out numbers and facts and stuff like that.
Numbers and facts.
Yeah. There's a basis for all of this information. The book with regards to the overthrow of how they planned, who was involved, which is it's funny. It's Winston Churchill sanctioned the overthrow, supported by the CIA, and it was announced. The go-ahead for it was announced on the BBC with a code word. Yeah, so all of this is well documented. The book you want is All the Shah Men. I repeat, All the Shah Men. And it's written by Stephen Kinzer. Kinzer is spelled Kimzer. And it's all based on CIA archives. So it's there. This is their information. So unfortunately, we gobble all these things up because they think it will not repeat itself. But no, that's the lie. History repeats itself. So when you see the song and dance happen, all of this drumming up of information, lack of evidence to back up something, you've seen it before. You remember the Iraq War. You remember was the late General Colin Powell on the floor of the United Nations holding up a vial that this is whatever, and we know how that ended. I mean, come on, you've seen this thing play out. It repeats itself. Here we go again.
I'm glad you said repeat itself because I want us to take a listen to this one.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
If not,
he's been giving the same speech since 1995.
1992.
Oh, 92. I said 95. See, so he's been giving that same speech. That same speech. Who have them calculator? 2025 minus 1992. How many years that?
33, I think.
He's been giving the same speech.
Yep, he has.
Thank you. He's been giving the same speech and nothing changed. And then they do what they do, or because they have a feeling. I just have a feeling. 30 plus years you've been pushing the same narrative. Nothing has changed. Oh, let me just go in the safe and pull out the paper. Yeah, let me read the same speech again. Okay, let's put it back. And every couple of years you pull out the speech, let's remind them. And the dumbass United States of America gets sucked in every time. I don't care whether Republican or Democrat, the whole of them are the same damn thing up here in Washington.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all doing well.
Very well, thank you. What state you in? Because it's afternoon for us.
I am in the heartland, one of this corn country. I'm in corn country. We rely on agriculture subsidies, and we have the oldest senator, you know. So unlike California, we are the beggars at the bottom.
No comment. No comment. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
All right. So here is the thing, right? I always want people to go back and find out, why is there a need to attack Iran? And what is Iran? Iran holds over 9% of the world's proven oil reserves. Iran essentially roughly has 57 billion barrels of oil reserve. It's basically between like seven or nine? They are the third or the fourth largest oil producer in the world. Okay. After the Iran-Iraq war, the US managed to infiltrate. So it was Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, all of those countries. The US managed to get its foot into Kuwait and into Iraq. And they have pushed to have a lot of contracts where they're doing a lot of the rebuilding of those countries. Now, in the case of Kuwait, which is a really tiny country, and I've been to Kuwait, the population of immigrants in Kuwait are more than the citizens. And the US military, US paramilitary contractors, US engineers, you name it, are literally the ones building and running a lot of things in Kuwait and getting paid lots and lots of money for it. And because Kuwait is so tiny, Kuwait submits. The issue with Iran is that Iran has refused to submit. Iran has refused to submit to those powers, refused to follow all those rules. Iran wants to stand as a strong contender in the opposing side of what Western democracy pushes. And they want to remove Iran's ability to do that. Their role is to really just demote Iran from having the ability to do all of these things. So this is one of the biggest issues. So these attacks that happened, it's already affected global oil prices. It just happened 4 days ago. It's already affecting the price of crude. Okay, Iran has been under sanction, but because Iran is the largest producer, Iran sells its crude through other countries. And the world economy needs that crude. So Netanyahu wants to use the fact that, okay, Iran is going to blow them up, is going to do this and that, to start a war that forces America to enter into. Do you see, the issue is that everything they've been doing since the October 6th event, which was very, very hurtful, very demoralizing, really one of the horrific ones, everything since then has been to try and create this image to the world of how they are victims. And the problem is that people are not buying that anymore. Gaza, Palestine are getting supporters who believe, as all human beings have human rights, and therefore that should be defended, and their right to exist in their country needs to be defended. And a lot of countries are seeing the light. And this is not something that Israel wants, because changing the narrative. And to them, it is, okay, there is this one country, if we choose to hit it, it would force America to rethink, and it would force American politicians to rethink pushing us on the side and force us to become center stage and push for them to supply us with more arms. And I don't know if any of you have seen the reports, but the ammunition and access that currently Israel has is diminishing. What they have from the US has diminished. And because of the way things are going at the moment, they haven't been able to get a whole lot of shipments. So they don't even have everything they need to go on a full blast world war. And the only way out is to convince America that America is under threat and therefore must get in and go and attack Iran. And if people in this nation are clever, after everything that happened with the Iraqi war and all the reports that came out, all of those families who saw their children go to battle and die, and some of them came out with PTSD and haven't received any support. The vet support isn't there. The hospitals aren't giving them all the drugs. It's just been a really, really very disturbing post-war era for the soldiers.
But here's the thing too, Kaban. Do you know, not you, but does everyone know that the Israelis get free health care?
Yeah, they do. They do. And it's like I said, it's an outpost. It's a settler colony. It's an outpost of the West. And the job there is for them to hold the ground so that when they want to come and access resources, they can. Coming back to the question of Iran, people also should remember that in the 1980s, Iraq was pushed under the regime of Saddam Hussein to attack Iran and was supported for more than 8 years. And guess who supported Iraq against Iran? It was the United States, France, Britain, and Germany for 8 years against one country. They fought themselves to a stalemate. Eventually, when what's his name? When Saddam wanted to invade Kuwait, he called a truce, basically a surrender. He called a truce with what's it called? With Kuwait. With Iraq, and that was the end of that. So I'm talking about 8 years. So we've not even done 7 days yet with regards to the barrage that is going across. That's going across into Tel Aviv. The problem with them at the moment now is you can't exactly convince the Americans to do it. The man is already out there saying he's not going to be a war president. He's not going to go and start another war. But at the same time, they've tapped into one thing that they know is his weakness, his ego.
But Adesoji, didn't Cruz in the video we listened to yesterday, didn't Ted Cruz admit that we are?
He did.
And what's his name? Carson called him and said, "Whoa."
Yeah, breaking news. Yeah.
It's us.
Yeah. So the point I'm making actually is, yes, you can do all the, Biden gave you this, okay, we'll match whatever Biden gives you. But to put boots on the ground, to say we're going to stand with you and face these guys is what the Israelis are expecting Trump to do. But the problem is, Trump cannot do that because Trump has sort of dug a hole for himself, which he can't really get out of. His MAGA group cannot then do double standards because the moment they do that, again, if you stay on that channel, Tucker Carlson's channel, he also interviewed, was it yesterday? No, the day before. He interviewed Steve Bannon. Again, another thing you should watch. Steve Bannon was saying it there, that getting involved in that war means they're distracted from, I don't know why I'm laughing, but they're distracted from what they need to get done at home, which is secure the border, and I'm quoting him now, secure the border and expel illegal immigrant invaders. That's his word, end quote, right? So doing all of that means the MAGA camp is going to break. And once the American people are divided, for one, they don't want the war. So you're going to have a tiny majority of people who are going to, basically the military industrial complex, they want the war anyway. So more money to them because Ukraine is tanking and you stop the money going to Ukraine. So they still want the money. So this is a natural progression to that. Let's go here now. But here's the thing, the man cannot go because the man, if it's one thing that the man doesn't like to do, is looking the fool. But Bibi knew what kind of buttons to push. When he went on Fox News. Why? Because he knows our president, and I'm using that term loosely, and I will never use it again. He knew our president was watching TV because that's all he does. And he was pushing his button. I was like, God damn. And he was pushing his button that, oh, Mr. President is so, and Mr. President is such a determined man. He will do what is best for America. But I'm like, hey. And the next day, the guy got up. It's like, oh my God, like, okay, I yield.
But Stephen, real quick question. How is the freezing of the FEC going to affect the voting of US citizens? And you probably say, okay, what does it have to do with anything? Well, our votes, we hope when we come to the midterms, will bring about change, and with the change that the votes being cast will bring about, all this madness will come to a grind. But with the FEC being frozen, is there going to be some impact, negative impact? Just asking. I had to throw that in.
What's the FEC?
The federal, what do you call it? Electoral
Commission?
Commission, yeah.
No, I mean,
okay, just asking.
It's basically the elections are state level at the moment, so it's only when it comes to federal then that becomes an issue.
Okay. College. Thank you, Cupcake. College. Yeah.
Okay, so the problem you might have with regards to the midterm is because most of those seats are already gerrymandered. You're hoping whoever is within those districts vote out of character. Yeah?
Oh Lord.
Yeah. I mean, we have to be honest with these things. You know, it's strategy. You have to understand what it is you're playing against. So most of those seats are already gerrymandered. You have to hope that the people in it does to an extent. You have to hope that people who watch what's his name? I mean, if he left them freezing and they still voted for him, any interview is not going to do anything to his image. So let's just leave that to bed. But you're hoping that enough people turn against their senators and their representatives so that the House is flipped. I mean, I think it's only two. Yeah, they only have a 2 majority. So if you flip the House and you make him a sitting duck president, you can impeach him a 3rd time. That would be a record.
So, hold on. I want to listen to what he said here. I forgot what he said in this video, and I hope it's the right one that I held on to. Oh Lord, have mercy. What can I say? Trump was questioned on where the U.S. stands on striking Iranian nuclear.
I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble. I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't.
So yeah, when I heard him in this clip, I said, "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a piggy by the toe. If you ever let him go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo." That's what he sounds like there to me. I may do it. I may not do it. I don't know. You know, and or when he loves me not. He loves me not. He loves me not. He loves me not. He loves me. Oh, he loves me not. Boom.
Okay, but I mean, the United States electorate elected him, so you can have. No, but you did in overwhelming numbers, as he claims. So you can have buyer's remorse now. But with him, I'm sorry, but with him, the problem with him is this: because he's surrounded by yes men. That's a very, very, very dangerous position. If he had somebody that could whisper in his ear and say, "I don't think that's a very good look," or or just tie it to him to say, Mr. President, if you do that, it makes you look very weak. And they keep repeating that to him. Trump is somebody who wants to project strength. So he won't go against his natural instinct to do that. But because he's surrounded by yes men, and they tell him, they flip it the other way around, that if you go and do what the others have previously not done, it's a sign of strength.
Okay.
The rest is history.
I have a question for you. True or false? Because I have to rely on your media sources over there as well. The Polish are being allowed to run away from Israel and get into Egypt. But why is it that they were reluctant, or they did not let in the Palestinians, those out of Gaza?
Okay, so
Egypt. I did say Egypt, right?
Egypt. Yeah. So two things can be true.
Okay.
For one, the Palestinians want to leave. Because if they do, you're effectively just giving up your right to return. You do know that once you leave as a Palestinian, you're not coming back.
Right.
So you're not gonna leave. Okay, so that one. Although the European Israelis, let's use that term, the European Israelis are trying as much as possible to leave. But the question that nobody seems to be asking is, why is it that the American Israelis are not allowed to leave?
Thank you, because I was going to get to that next. That was going to be part 2. But go ahead and bring it in.
And I think the reason why they're not allowed to leave is Mr. Prime Minister is hoping that they get in harm's way, and as a result, the United States will come to their rescue.
Collateral damage.
Thank you very much. So technically, human shields.
So that is to tell you who we're dealing with, right?
Yeah.
That's who BB is.
Yes.
He is willing to use your citizens as bait to get
And guess who was screaming at him? You never guess. The same guy who said he doesn't recognize a certain part in the Middle East is the one screaming at Bibi Netanyahu to allow American Israelis to leave. None other than the father of the governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee. He was screaming at the prime minister. He's the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to the place. He's screaming at him that he should allow them to leave. The question is, they can't really leave because they've done some of them will have done their 1 year military service, and so they go into the reserves. So in the event of war, they're going to be called up. So you can't leave. Sorry, Mike.
So BB is turning on the Americans, and not even turning. He's who he is. He's showing you. If you didn't know who he was before, he's showing you who he is right now. You better believe it.
BB is being true to BB. BB has good day, people. I missed most of the conversation, but BB has one side, and that's BB. BB is a coin with two heads. Anyhow you flip it, it fall on BB. So don't talk about sides with BB.
No heads, no tails.
But I just wanted to highlight a point, right? Mm-hmm. Have you guys seen the amount of European Israelis that have been returning to home? No.
They're leaving
Serious.
the promised land.
They were returning home. When they interviewed them on the airport, they was returning home. But they were supporting the displacement of the Palestinians while in Israel. And magically, they all either get flights, boats, whatever, and went back home. Listen to some of the interviews. That is the key thing, you know. They went back home. But a couple months ago, they was in Israel, and there was this people trying to kill them for their land.
For them land. Well, then thieves.
This is just amazing. The amount. Talking about even in Poland and those places.
The chickens have come home to roost.
Yes, they just took what they could take and just leave. And they went back home. They even have the audacity to say it in the interviews. I just wanted to bring that to the forefront.
Oh. Somebody said, what's it called? Al Jazeera interviewed, what's it called? Interviewed a guy yesterday on Al Jazeera TV. His name is Goldberg. And Ori was saying that what the Israelis have found not being able to get used to is the sirens. It's like the way he said it was funny. He said that.
Did you say sirens? The same sirens
Yeah.
and sounds over Gaza.
Yeah, no. I mean, that was the irony. He said what they've not been able to get used to is the sound of the sirens. And then the fact that you now come out of your neighborhood and you find there's a building that has been destroyed or a couple of buildings on one side of the road, whereas your building is facing that building. So you're like such a close shave. And somebody said in the comments, it's like, welcome to Gaza.
Oh, they can't get accustomed to the sirens, kind of like this.
Enjoying Spain so far?
It's all right. Just too many Spaniards, though. Every resort's full of them.
How are you enjoying Spain so far?
It's all right. Just too many Spaniards, though. Every resort's full of them. This is real money. The Queen's on it.
Here, Senora, we only accept euros, not royalty.
Karen, how's Spain treating you?
Well, it'd be lovely if there weren't so many foreigners here. I came for peace and a proper English breakfast, not all this foreign nonsense. Can't you lot do a proper English breakfast? Eggs, sausage, beans.
Senora, this is España. We don't serve baked beans for breakfast.
For God's sake, can't anyone round here speak proper English? Lo siento, señora, but you're in Spain. 2 eggs, sausage, and baked beans, it's not rocket science, love.
Senora, we make tortilla, not English rockets.
Do I look like I speak Spanish? Where's the English bit of the menu? Spain's crawling with Spanish people now. Too many foreigners for my taste. You are the foreigner here, love.
I love that skit. Yes, it's a skit. Love it.
Yeah, it's a skit, but that's how they do.
Truth.
Yeah, that's how they do actually. Yeah, skits are not good. That's how they do. My God.
You remember the one I played in Africa, which country it was, when he's telling the Africans to turn off their music in their neighborhood because he can't sleep. They told him to go back to France.
That's a Frenchman in Uganda.
They said, go back to France. What are you doing here? When I'm in France, I have to do what you say I have to do. You're in my country. You don't tell me what to do in my country.
Spaniards, though, every resort.
Welcome. That's all I can say. Welcome. Oh, I have a joke for y'all. Listen to this. It's not funny, but we have some entertainment at someone's expense.
So the leader.
What did we get it out?
The leader of Latinos for Trump, Cuban edition. Luis Valdez Cocho. Yeah, he's been detained by ICE. I feel both for Donald Trump. The wildest part about this is Donald Trump was very clear that he's going after criminals, even though we all know that that's a lie. We knew it was a lie when he said, did he think that didn't mean him? May this level of delusion that made y'all trust and believe in this man and trust and believe that your proximity made you one of them never find me.
Oh, but I have another one. Oh my gosh, where is it? I have another one. I had it for yesterday. Oh, Lord, help me find this one. Yeah, that one is a little funny. Not funny, but still funny. Where the Muslims pretty much said the same thing, that we will vote for, Donald Trump. But yeah, I guess they removed that one. But anyway, let's listen to this one to close out our international news segment.
It would be hard not to notice that a new breed of supervillains are attempting to take over the Pride Lands. And yeah, everyone knows about Scar, but we need to talk about the hyenas. First up is Shenzi, the most intelligent of the three. This here is our Shenzi, Curtis Yarvin. And if you don't know his name, that's by design. He's sort of the mastermind behind a lot of the pseudo-intellectual philosophies of the far right. He's a blogger and a software developer who's known for leading a right-wing thought movement called Dark Enlightenment. He's basically challenging the whole idea that democracy is the best way to govern. He feels that the US would best be run by a group of super wealthy dictator types. He believes that liberal philosophies coming from academia and the media need to be stamped out post-haste. Curtis Yarvin's philosophies have become popular with a lot of the super wealthy tech bro types and some leading political figures in the last 10 to 15 years. Oh, and as a fun little bonus, he's kind of a eugenicist who believes that there are intellectual differences between the races. He's a gem. Next up is Banzai. Not quite the intellectual that Shenzi is, but he makes up for it with shrewdness, almost to the point of being downright vicious. This is Peter Thiel. He's taken a lot of Curtis Yarvin's philosophies and put them into practice. Peter Thiel was a buddy of Elon Musk's. They were both involved in founding PayPal back in the day. Peter Thiel is now the head of a data analytics company called Palantir that you're going to start hearing more and more about. Let's just say that there's probably nothing that Palantir doesn't know about you at this point. Palantir has deep ties to national security and law enforcement, and they're getting more and more involved in policing, surveillance, and immigration enforcement. And no one really keeps a check on how they do their work or what they're going to do with the info that they collect. It's basically a two-headed monster of tech and state power. Peter Thiel is a tech billionaire who put millions of dollars behind J.D. Vance's Senate campaign when the guy was about to become a footnote in history. J.D. Vance won his Senate seat in Ohio because of Peter Thiel, and J.D. Vance became the vice presidential nominee because of Peter Thiel's influence. And this is before he'd even served 2 years in the Senate. That is the Curtis Yarvin Dark Enlightenment philosophy at work. Use your wealth to basically bypass the whole democratic process and install the leaders that you think will carry out your capitalist designs. Who needs a middleman? And finally, we have Ed, the puppet, the stooge, bought and paid for, not really capable of producing much independent thought, but doing his best to carry out the wishes of his smarter and wealthier overseers. This is the guy, in my estimation, that they are pinning their hopes on. J.D. Vance. He's moldable because he was plucked from obscurity and basically given a crown and scepter by these guys. And he's more likely to play the obedient stooge because both his way of thinking and his ability to build wealth both came courtesy of one man. Now, trust me, the web is far wider than this. I'm just giving you a little glimpse into where this is all going if the lost boys have their way. If we continue to fall asleep at the wheel, they will get their way. We assume that the system of government that we have here in the US is unshakable, and that is just not the case. Right now, there is a vast conglomerate of very powerful, very shrewd people who think that they know better than you, that are plotting a very targeted, deliberate takeover of our system of governance in the United States. Don't let them do this. Educate yourself, understand their tactics, and let's use every tool at our disposal to drive these hyenas from the Pride Lands for good.
It's amazing how you can draw, use what you call it.
Parallels.
Lion King? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lion King. Interesting. So great segue into the great segue into the stories out of North America. Bloomberg pours more cash into Cuomo's super PAC, bringing his total contribution to $8.3 million. Preposterous. I think I am calling for a ban on this kind of activity. Nobody is supposed to be pouring this amount of money into any candidate, because now you are furthering the idea, well, my idea at least, that they're all prostitutes up there. Everyone is for sale.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting race. My candidates, although I can't vote, but I can advocate for them, will be the Social Democrats, Zoran Mamdani. And he's basically getting endorsements after endorsements. Yes, he is shown that he's capable. The thing now is for people to turn out and vote. They do turn out and vote. I mean, what's his name? Andrew Cuomo is nothing more than a failed, a failed politician at this point. The fact that you had to seek the medical records of people who were accusing you of sexual assault is damning. In any other democracy, that person would not be running for elected office. But you've got a 34-time convicted felon in the White House. So why not have another one? So hey, it's up to New Yorkers. Come on, New Yorkers. 5 boroughs. Come on, 5 boroughs, man. Come on, do this thing, man. Do the needful, man.
What's the word on the street up there? Can the New Yorkers speak? What's the word on the street in New York? How are the people feeling?
People love Mandani, but I don't know if he could swing it, because Como and them pocket really, really, really deep. You understand? And so they have the power brokers behind them. Mandani is picking up a lot of traction because people like his positions. But you also have other candidates who might probably rob votes from him, possibly. Not really, because to me it's 2 candidates in the race: Mandani and the rest. All the rest is the same. All those that swear alliance to the country that is not real. Tell me what the country that is not real has to do with a mayor race in New York, that all of them had to visit that country first. I wonder if they will still go, considering the conditions over there. They all pledged to visit that country as a first foreign trip after winning. And he said he would visit the 5 boroughs. And I think that got him a lot of traction because he refused to say he was going to go down there to kiss the ring. Some of his policies are seen as like radical in terms of how would he pay for it and stuff, but he has in his mind, or at least in his campaign, he has clear ways of doing that. I'm not sure if he has the machinery behind him to push him, and I'm not sure if he has the momentum to take the ordinary people with him, because there are blocks that will vote for Como. I can guarantee you that. But before he emerged as a genuine contender, it was a one-horse race. It was a matter of when Como would get back in. That is why if you look at all the attacks ads, he is the only person Como go after. All Como attack ad is designed against him.
Interesting. So Mike Bloomberg's vast wealth is continuing to power Andrew Cuomo's front-running mayoral bid. The billionaire former mayor contributed $3.3 million to a super PAC supporting Cuomo's attempted comeback in the nation's largest city. A donation made public on Wednesday that comes just days after Bloomberg gave $5 million to the group. With the latest gift, Bloomberg is now single-handedly responsible for 1/3 of the PAC's total haul of $24 million since it launched in March. This is according to a political analysis. Other real estate and finance executives who make up New York's moneyed elite, including billionaire Donald Trump supporter Bill Ackman, have poured cash into the group. A spokesperson for the super PAC, which is called Fix the City, did not comment on Bloomberg's latest contribution. The money and the flood of mailers and TV ads funded by it indicate Cuomo's supporters are nervous about the rise of his principal opponent, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani. The state lawmaker has been running a strong second to the ex-governor in most polls. A Marist College survey on Wednesday found Cuomo would defeat Mamdani after 7 rounds of ranked choice voting, 55% to 45%. But early voting is high in some neighborhoods that would appear to benefit Mamdani, and the temperatures are expected to hit 100 degrees next Tuesday, which could suppress turnout among older New Yorkers Cuomo is counting on. likely motivating Bloomberg, who had a rivalry with the former governor during their overlapping tenures, are Mamdani's far-left politics and criticism of Israel. He wants to raise taxes on the rich to pay for services like free bus fare, and has recently, as this week, refused to criticize the phrase globalize the intifada, calling it an expression of Palestinian rights. The former mayor endorsed Cuomo last week and called him the one candidate whose management experience and government know-how and politics, know-how stand above the others. Cuomo is 67 and worked in and around government and politics his entire year. Mamdani is 33 and counters criticisms of his thin resume with reminders of the scandals that drove Cuomo from office. The Super PAC has been a significant source of support for the ex-governor, who is considered the favorite to win next Tuesday's Democratic primary despite tightening polls. The group has spent more than $14.8 million on TV ads, including a $5.4 million spot slamming Mamdani. Well, this is according to media tracking firm Ad Impact. The Super PAC, which is subject to higher ad rates than campaigns, has easily outspent Cuomo's rivals and is the best funded PAC ever to play a role in municipal elections in New York City.
Very interesting. So here is the thing. The issue with New York is that New York is a whole country of its own. And its politics means that, there are people there who are established New Yorkers who believe in the city existing in a certain way and running things in a certain way. And they have seen that Cuomo aligns well with their idea of how New York needs to be run. They are also the ones who own most of the buildings, who invest, who pour in a lot of the money, who fund a lot of the things in the city. And they want to control that. That's really what they want to do, is they want to control it. Yes, Mamdani is coming in fresh power, ability, anti certain things. The problem is when you are anti, when you see more of like an anti-capitalist, more anti-lobbying firms, anti these entities, you are essentially anti the progress of the state because it exists. The reason it exists is because of its capitalist nature. That's why it exists and thrives. So this is the challenging part. And as much as he is gaining traction, and you will find that individuals would vote for him, you're going to find there is a certain demographic that would vote for him. But those who are the higher income most likely wouldn't, because they see that his actions are going to affect them and pour money into the other PACs. So this is the challenge that he is facing. He is brilliant. The plans he has will really make that city great. The problem is it's going against the top. And if Bloomberg, who is a Democrat, isn't supporting you with all the initiative Bloomberg does that a lot of people admire, you are going to have a hard battle. And then if the establishment, always remember, where there is an establishment, the establishment wants to control.
Anzi put in the chat that young people who make less than $500,000 will vote for him. How do y'all feel about that?
I'll even go out on a limb that those will be the people that will bring him home. Why? If what's his name? Ahmed, who went after the colleges for the support of Palestinian rights, see him as a figurehead of what it is they're trying to bulk against, the the more it will pan in his favor. And what he has going for him is the number of volunteers. Volunteers. This guy has got at least 5,000 volunteers. And he's been able to raise 20,000. He's been able to raise $80 from 20,000 people who have donated. So, and also another key aspect of his thing is the groundswell. They are not doing your sit on TV and do your multi-million-dollar ad. They're doing door to door. They're doing social media, which is where the new war has been, So, and the younger crowd are much more engaged than previously. Mm-hmm. So that's where, and then the final thing is, he comes out of the camp that produced AOC. Yes. So if AOC knocked off an establishment Democrat, I don't think this was started yesterday. Yes, it might seem daunting, but yes, even with AOC at that time, it was like, here's the bartender who is going up against a known politician. Mm-hmm. And he defeated him. So, kudos to him for trying. Mm-hmm. And I will hope he wins. And I hope he will win.
I hope so. Yeah, I see Ozzy can't really speak. Ozzy does bring some important point. I think I want people to remember that there is a term that has been given to people who are not low income, but somewhere in the middle. These are the groups who pay the most taxes, and a lot of us fall under that bracket. And one of the things they've said is that most of us haven't actually figured out our power. We are the ones who are paying all of these taxes because we are not billionaires, we are not millionaires. We are just in the middle. We are not accessing government services. We're just in the middle. If we really work together, we have the ability to make the change if we believe and understand our positioning.
I'm glad you said it. If we believe, and that is what is so important. We have to believe in our power, recognize our power, recognize our strength. And yes, if we come together, we can move things. We can create a significant shift, but we have to. It starts in the mind. We have to believe and stop feeling threatened or stop feeling intimidated by these dinosaurs or, because people have money. Don't forget, David used a pebble to take down Goliath.
It's time. It's time for, especially New Yorkers, because y'all know I grew up there, to let go of that chain that the Cuomo family has on your neck. Let it go, chop it off, do whatever you have to do. Get rid of that chain that political family has on your neck. It's over. It's time. That's the only way, like they said, that we can change. I can't vote in New York anymore, but I have family there, and I make sure that I bug them every time there's time to vote. I bug them to make sure they go out and vote. Get rid of the Cuomo chain around your neck and all those old politicians. I yield. Sorry, Donald.
Don't need Mr. President.
As I was saying, he has the momentum right now. I don't know if he has enough time before the election to continue the momentum, but he don't have the money. He has the volunteer, and I think what will take him over the line is one, voters who stand on the sideline, who was fed up with the choices and realized they was voting for the same, no matter who they vote for. The young people who have never voted, and the working class people who has a different look at the city compared to the average person. Mm-hmm. But if you could get people that has not voted yet, and not only that, the demographics, you need a soul from the Black and brown communities who have not been voting, like come out before. You need a swirl there. He has young white voters with him. because he has the young white. These are the bulk of the volunteers is from that demographic, so they will carry the college peers and stuff. I'm just wondering if he has enough momentum to tip him over the line, because he definitely has the support, but does he have enough momentum to tip him over the line given the machinery that Como has?
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see. Nothing is impossible. Everybody comes out strong. He gets the support. It's possible. Sometimes money isn't all, right? Money doesn't solve every issue. Thank you very much, everyone. U.S. resumes. I'm sorry, what am I saying? Resumes. U.S. resumes visas for foreign students, but demands access to social media accounts. Ja, you sent this one over, no? Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yep. Click to Houston.com. So the U.S. State Department said Wednesday it is restarting the suspended process for foreigners applying for student visas. But all applicants will now be required to unlock their social media accounts for government review. The department said consular officers will be on the lookout for posts and messages that could be deemed hostile to the United States, its government, culture, institutions, or founding principles. In a notice made public Wednesday, the department said it had rescinded its May suspension of student visa processing, but said new applicants who refuse to set their social media accounts to public and allow them to be reviewed may be rejected. It said a refusal to do so could be a sign they are trying to evade the requirement or hide their online activity. The Trump administration last month temporarily halted the scheduling of new visa interviews for foreign students hoping to study in the U.S. while preparing to expand the screening of their activity on social media.
So this is what happens when Harvard refuses to back down and gives you the middle finger. What did they use? They did what? They rescinded. Okay. All right.
Hold on a second there. What Dr. Kisha said, I believe my account was suspended. Which account?
Yeah, that's the excuse. That's the excuse you give.
Oh, I believe my account was suspended. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I don't do social media.
Yeah, because not everybody does social media. That is the truth. Not everybody does social media.
The funny thing about this is you can have several accounts
under pseudonyms.
Okay. So you just wasting time here and energy over this BS. You got homegrown tea people here. You have homegrown tea people here that just took out 2 of your senators. And you worrying about social media. Okay.
Because it's the students, international students coming here to do it. No, they're not. It's your homegrown people doing the egregious things, okay? Those heinous acts. All right, go ahead real quick before I jump off.
Because when it's homegrown, it's not tomatoes. I'm sorry. They don't look at it as... tomatoes are never homegrown.
Oh, tomato. Okay, I got it. It's tomato. I got it.
Time for business and tech news brought to you by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout.
So the CEO of Amazon telling the company's employees that some of their jobs will be replaced by AI and that Amazon's workforce is expected to shrink in the coming years as AI's role expands. Our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, is here with the story. I don't know how good of news this is for, physical employees.
Right. I mean, good morning, Michael. Hey, guys. And this is big news. And it's unsettling news for a lot of people listening. In a message to employees, Andy Jassy, the CEO of Amazon, writing that the tech giant will need fewer people doing some of the jobs that are being done today and more people doing other types of jobs, and that Amazon will reduce its total corporate workforce in the next few years. Amazon is already using generative AI to do everything from improving inventory placement to forecasting demand to cutting costs and delivery times. You experience some of this as a customer, but But in the future, according to Jassy, those AI agents will be teammates. The technology is now your teammate in the future.
Well, it sounds like this is a growing trend, though.
It is. And we've heard this now from Meta. We've heard it from Microsoft. Like I said, it is deeply unsettling as a human to hear it, but learning how these tools actually work and can help you in your work and life is a huge advantage right now. Google offers a free course called Google AI Essentials. You can download an app like ChatGPT, ask it questions. Once you familiarize yourself, you can even use it to manage things like your calendar and summarize long documents. And guys, this is something we're going to be talking about into the future. It's important to remember here that it's not necessarily a job replacement, but it makes jobs different. Being at the higher end, doing the higher level thinking, being helpful and being human. This is key. When you are in a job, put forth the best human aspects of yourself and be kind to humans as well.
So this.
Any thoughts?
Does it matter? They just I'm sure some of those employees were doing the best of their job too, but they still being taken over by a machine.
I agree. I agree with you on that one. Oh, no, that's tomorrow's thing. Okay, so Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Medicaid keeps getting more popular as Republicans aim to cut it by $800 billion. This article, courtesy of NPR, and this is an audio clip. We'll take a listen to this one.
Getting more popular, that is according to a new poll out today. At the same time, Republicans aim to cut federal spending on the health insurance program by $800 billion as part of their tax and budget bill. NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin has the details.
Medicaid has always been quite popular. In January, a poll from the health research organization KFF found 77% of the public had a favorable view of the health insurance program for low-income people. Just a few months later, it's gone up. 83% of the public is now in favor of Medicaid.
I was pretty surprised by the uptick in Medicaid popularity because it was already so popular.
Ashley Kurzinger is KFF's polling expert.
The largest uptick we saw in favorability over the past couple months was among Republicans.
The findings come as Republican senators unveil a new version of the major legislative package drafted in the House, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The House version included deep cuts to federal spending on Medicaid. The Senate version includes cuts that are even deeper. Part of the popularity of Medicaid is its reach. Medicaid provides health coverage to 71 million low-income and disabled people across the country. An additional 7 million low-income children are enrolled in the Children's Health Insurance Program, known as CHIP. It's funded through a combination of federal and state money.
Large shares of the public say that either they or a family member have ever received some type of coverage through Medicaid. And so I think it hits a little bit closer to home for them.
While Medicaid is popular, the tax bill is not, according to the KFF poll. Overall, 2 in 3 Americans have unfavorable views of the bill. Even more people dislike it when you tell them about the projected effects these steep cuts could have. The Congressional Budget Office projects 10 million people on Medicaid could lose their coverage, and it would hit the finances of local hospitals. Here's Kurzinger.
The more people hear about the ramifications and the messaging around this bill, then I think it really could shift attitudes one way or the other.
Republican lawmakers frame Medicaid as a financially unsustainable program that needs to be cut back to preserve it for the most vulnerable. It's also part of the calculus to help pay for tax cuts and more border funding. Republican senators are rushing to finalize the bill before the July 4th recess. Selena Simmons-Duffin, NPR News, Washington.
So you'd rather get rid of funding for people to get health care so that you can continue to paint an image or push a narrative about people at the border?
Moments, you know what's causing the uptick? There's a lot of people in these red states who was going with slangs and slogans, just the same way they didn't know that Obamacare was the Affordable Care Act, the same way that white women in America did not realize that they were the biggest DEI hires. So when Doge come in and start cutting people and whatever, it forced them to start to look into things. Because when they realized they have voted to their own demise, and they are the victims that they thought would have been somebody else, then they were forced to start to look more into these programs. Then when you hear people like Gavin Newsom in California who is saying, listen, my state is a federal surplus on the budget. And we fund states like all these little red states, and we will hold our funding and see how these states would run. So more and more people the narratives start to go in those sphere. And when you have the fracturing with the Green and the Carsons and all of them now starting to talk about issues that the MAGA base never really used to even hear about or think about. Now you see the popularity going up because now they start to examine and say, oh, I'm on the Affordable Care, I'm going to Obamacare, so I voted to take away my own benefit. So they're starting to check themselves.
I find it so amusing that the verbiage as well as the attitude has changed around it. It's you hear the smile in her voice when she's reporting on it. God, I can't say the things I want to say. Exactly what you said, Mr. President. I'll just say that. Ditto. Ditto.
Not until it's at your doorstep, right? Isn't that how it always works? Oh, it was for them. Shoots, I got call up. Oh my gosh, it's out the closet that I depend heavily and I need this. Oh my gosh. Yeah. But new report, according to NPR, for the first time in more than a year, street illicit unalivings appear to be rising across the U.S. This is according to a new report from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The latest available data compiled in January of this year shows fatal overdoses over the previous 12-month period increased by roughly 1,400 deaths. The slight increase reflects historic data and suggests that the U.S. saw more overdose deaths in January 2025 than it did in January 2024. The CDC made the statement and sent it to NPR. We are working on analyses to better understand geographic trends. The CDC suggests roughly 82,138 deaths during the 12-month period ending in January 2025. That would be a significant increase from the December 2024 report, but it's still far below the overdose crisis peak of 114,664 recorded in August 2023. So, now that the border has been pretty much locked, we should have zero because nothing should be coming across. Right? There is a video that was sent over to me. Where is it? Let's take a listen.
Woman kept alive after being declared brain dead in Atlanta, delivered a baby boy.
So language matters. This woman did not deliver her baby. That would imply she had some sort of participation in the delivery process. She was declared brain dead months ago, and her body was delivered of a fetus through a cesarean section. Images also matter. I've seen every media outlet using that photo of her when she was in her prior pregnancy, much farther along in pregnancy, much closer to term. She was like 8 to 9 weeks pregnant when she was declared brain dead, not visibly pregnant at all. And at 24 weeks with a 1 pound, 13 ounce baby, she probably barely looked pregnant when she was delivered this time. And this is so important because this is not a normal pregnancy. I can't emphasize this enough. So I made another video where I talked about other cases reported where women had become brain dead during pregnancy. I did not see any of them that were less than 16 weeks. This is totally uncharted waters. At the time, the organs are barely forming. And like I said in the other video, it's not that you're just breathing for them. Every single one of the pregnant woman's organ systems is being maintained artificially. Their hormones, their temperature regulation, the processing of toxins, everything. And that obviously impacts the developing fetus. And at only 1 pound, 13 ounces, this is not going to be a completely normally developing child. With extreme prematurity, less than 28 weeks, the earlier gestational age, the smaller the baby at birth, the more major the risks of things like neurologic problems, gut problems, blindness. And on top of these risks, which are under just normal circumstances of pregnancy, add the complete unknown of what happens when you have a fetus that was basically artificially sustained for all of its gestation, basically. And I've seen news outlets saying, oh, the baby's expected to be okay. Medically, that's exceedingly unlikely to be true. Now, we obviously hope for the family's sake that the baby does do okay, but as we said, the odds are extremely stacked against them. And I feel really heartbroken for this poor woman, her son, her mother, her family, her loved ones. And I really hope that, you know, everything goes as well as possible. But I think we really need to discuss the ethical ramifications of things like this. People don't realize what torture it puts a family through, and that this is not just a matter of, you know, being pro-life. So we do everything possible to keep a fetus alive, even if it's not the right thing to do.
Thank you, Dr. Sharon, for sending that over. And there's another video that I want to play. Hold on, let me bring it back up. This young lady, I follow her on TikTok. What's her name? Hold on.
No, I'm not over this. They really waited until today, June 17th, her birthday, to take her off life support? Like, that's not the most twisted, backhanded, cold-blooded kind of closure I've ever heard. You mean to tell me this woman's body was literally used, and the one day that should have been about remembering who she was, celebrating her life before all this, that's the day y'all chose to pull the plug? Not the day before, not the day after, her birthday. That's not a decision, that's a performance. They turned her body into a battleground, dragged her family through 4 months of hell, made her mother fight just to say goodbye with dignity, and then had the nerve to let her go on the day that she came into this world. I don't want to hear another word about morality, like not a single one. Because what do you even say to a family that went through this? Happy birthday, here's your daughter's death certificate. What the fuck? You really think that baby's life is going to be built on peace when this is how it all started? It's not just cruel, it's not just violent, it's intentional. Every single part of this, from the forced life support, to the timeline, to the cold way they finally allowed her to rest, it was all about control. How's the family supposed to stay calm? How are they supposed to feel? We can't be calm, we can't be collected, because on behalf of that family, we damn sure are not neutral. Because if that was my daughter, my sister, my best friend, I wouldn't be talking, I would be screaming, I would be fighting. So no, this isn't just about laws, it's about humanity. They stripped her of it, right down to her very last breath, on her birthday. On her fucking...
And there are so many other women who have put out videos who are just, they're exhausted, they're tired, they're frustrated, they're in disbelief. I saw a video where okay, Dr. Ryle, go ahead. Dr. Ryle, go ahead. I wonder if Dr. Ryle realized his mic is open. Okay. So I saw a, or is it TikTok acting up? Dr. Ryle, your mic is open. Your mic is open. A lot of feedback. Okay, thank you. So I saw a video, or one or two videos, where a GoFundMe has been set up because unfortunately the family is stuck with the hospital bills.
I would sue everybody and their mother. I would be suing everybody. I wouldn't pay for the thing. I would sue so much so that when this child is 18 years old, they can probably buy the college, because I'm suing everybody. There has to be a lawyer out there that can help this
family because this burden should not be on them. No hospital bill, no nothing. Nothing. There has to be a lawyer out there to help them. GoFundMe pages is okay. They need more than that. They need more than that. They're going to need community. They're going to need politicians on their side. But I would sue everybody and their mother. And if I can't find a lawyer, then my A will be going to law school to know how to put the paperwork in myself. Ridiculous. I'm so angry about this story.
I also saw a post, don't know how true it is in the state of Georgia, that if you are brain dead, there's provision for that. What she was put through and what her family was put through didn't have to happen. So yeah, somebody gonna get sued. Because how does the state make that decision, that inhumane decision, and then the hospital is going to stick me with the bills? And it's not just one bill. You're going to get about 10,000 billing up because you're going to get billed from every practitioner's. And it's just ridiculous. Hey, Dr. Sharon.
Yeah.
You know, ridiculous. Believe it or not, stories. Do you know about Bilderberg?
Bilderberg, maybe you haven't heard about this, but this is a annual invitation only conference that brings together about 120 to 150 of the world's most powerful people, including political leaders, business executives, bankers, academics, media figures. They all get together and they plot and plan basically our future. And that plan happened over the weekend in Sweden. Many powerful people got together and had an agenda that was something out of a dystopian movie. But first, let me tell you a little bit more about Bilderberg. It was founded in 1954 at the Hotel de Bilderberg in the Netherlands, which is why it has the name. It was created, they claim, to foster dialogue between Europe and North America, especially during the Cold War. And the key founders included Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, David Rockefeller. The people that attend are presidents, prime ministers, central bankers, CEOs, Google, Goldman Sachs, BP, media moguls, and occasionally royalty. Notable past attendees are Bill Clinton, Henry Kissinger, Angela Merkel, Jeff Bezos, Christine Lagarde, Emmanuel Macron. So you get all of these big political figures, they get together and they plot and plan our future. Why is it controversial? Well, not only do you have all these big, powerful names that get together and they, the big, powerful names that get together and they plot and plan, but it's no media access whatsoever. There's no public transcripts. There's strict off-the-record rules. The group follows what are called Chatham House rules, which we have criticized on this show before because that means participants can show up. You can know who was there. You can know they're allowed to talk. The participants are allowed. The participants aren't supposed to say who else was there. So if the organization puts out the list, which they do for Bilderberg Group, then you're allowed to know. But the others are not allowed to say when you're in the meeting. You're not allowed to say who said what. So you can share the information. So it's basically a propaganda tool because you're allowed to share the information. You're just not allowed to say who said it. So it's unattributable. You're just out there spewing talking points essentially. And that's it. Like you're just spewing talking points and nobody, and you can't say, well, I heard this from so-and-so, or I heard this from there. It's just talking points that you're spreading out there. So they're allowed to basically coordinate behind closed doors. It's very much like the World Economic Forum or other sorts of elite groups that get together and plot and plan. So let's talk about who was there.
We had Alex Karp. This is the CEO of Palantir. He was there, as well as Peter Thiel, and they were there together. We also saw Nadia Calvino, president of the European Investment Bank, Mark Rutte, who is the NATO Secretary General and former Dutch Prime Minister. He was there. Christopher Donahue, commander of the U.S. Army Europe and Africa. So you know that the military is getting involved. Satya Nadella is the CEO of Microsoft. Albert Barella, the CEO of Pfizer, was at attendance to this. This is just some of the people. Daniel Ek, the CEO of Spotify. Borji Ekholm, the CEO of Ericsson. Christian Suing, the CEO of Deutsche Bank. Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citigroup. Murray Auchincloss, the CEO of BP. Stacey Abrams was also there. She was like the one that the Democrats are hanging their hat on as hopefully their next, maybe one of the next big players in the Democratic Party. She was there. Here are the types of things that they talk about. Let me just show you this. This is from this meeting that happened over the weekend, June 12th to June 15th. They talked about the transatlantic relationship. Like, how's the relationship between the United States and Europe? Ukraine, of course, was second on the list. This is what we must talk about is, what are we going to do with the war in Ukraine? The U.S. economy, Europe. They talked about the Middle East. They talked about authoritarian axis. What is that? That would be Russia, China. So they're talking about BRICS, right? The authoritarian axis. Defense, innovation, and resilience. Oh, really? Defense, innovation, and resilience. So we got to build more weapons. We've got to ensure that we're innovative and resilient and constantly warmongering. They're also talking about AI, deterrence, and national security. That is not something I want to hear in the same sentence. I don't want to hear AI in the same sentence as deterrence and national security, because that means Palantir, who was there, right? They're sitting there thinking, well, we can use AI to do facial recognition and basically do minority report style scanning to see who's going to be the terrorist and then get them before they actually commit the act of terror. Look at their social media posts. Find out what their viewpoints are. Are they against the establishment? Are they saying things they shouldn't be saying? Well, then that we're going to use the Palantir AI and we're going to get them. We're going to make sure we shut them down before they start acting up. Proliferation is another thing they talked about. Geopolitics of energy and critical minerals. And here was a strange one on the list. Depopulation and migration. Okay. So what's interesting is we don't get to know what they talked about under these topics. We know that these are the topics they talked about, but we don't know what they said. And we don't know who said what. So when they say depopulation and migration, that could be something as innocent as them saying, hey, look, we've got a population crisis. People aren't having enough kids. We need to do something to boost up the population. We have, a lot of migrants coming in. That's not good. People aren't happy about that. They could be reasonable in this conversation. Or conversation could be something like, well, we need to bring in a lot more migrants and we need to depopulate. We need to lessen the population of all of these right-wing whiteys in Europe. Get rid of them and bring in the migrants. I mean, it could have been something like that. We don't know because this is a shadowy meeting. We don't get transcripts. We're not allowed in. Yet some of the most powerful people in the world attend this meeting. They trade ideas with each other. They go back to where they came from, where they have a lot of influence and power, and they start to persuade their governments. And that is why this is so problematic. These people in power are essentially acting as a shadow government with all of their power, and they're able to persuade public policy without us really even knowing where this public policy generated from, the discussions that were had around it, what their end game is. It's very dystopian entirely. And there, some of the names that are up, that was just some of the there was 150 people that showed up to this thing. And it was just the laundry list of CEOs, presidents, ministers, political ministers, CEOs of corporations, military people. It's just lots and lots of, it was just absolutely, you get all these powerful people and these powerful people getting together in our futures. Hey guys, thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim I.
So thank you, Dre, for that link. Thank you. And when I watched the video at first, Dre, I have to say this. It made me question, and I know I've asked the question before, voting. We get up, we vote for what we believe in. Our representatives come in front of us and they talk a good game, and they get us to believe what they're saying, and they get us to support them. And then they go forth with the support and all riled up and ready to conquer and deliver. And then we wonder, well, what's going on? Why isn't such and such happening? What's wrong? You said you were going to do this, when the truth is they're limited. They're limited. They don't have any control. They have no say. You hope that the powers that be are in sync, but guess what? Our cares, our concerns are irrelevant. They come after their cup has been filled. When you fill up your cup, you're going to have a cup of tea, and you fill it up, and then you have some spillage. Where the spillage? Yeah, where the spillage? Where the afterthought? Oh, okay. You know what? My bag is full. Oh, by the way, hold on. Jad did ask me to bring back something. Let me see if I have any change left. And I check. Okay, yeah, I have $2 left. Let me see what I can get for Jad for $2. For chopped liver. We get to glean. Familiar with gleaning? It's coming from the Old Testament, the story of Ruth and Naomi. They were allowed, so those who owned the lands and had the workers coming and farm the land, and after harvesting anything on the exterior near the roadways, the instruction was you leave it. You leave it for the poor to come and glean, to be able to, take it. And you don't charge them for it. It's free. In our case, we're charged to glean. We're charged to be able to take up the scraps that fall off the table as they dine and become the fatted calves. We're controlled by people who are controlled because they're told to control us. So you see all this money pouring into politics. See where it's coming from? The 1 to 2 to 3%. Remember, at the inauguration, who was up front and center? The powers that be. Everybody holding a string. We're irrelevant in all of this to them. Our only purpose is to consume and fuel their wheels. And that is why it is so easy for them not to be concerned with the activities around the world that have us in our feelings. They don't care how we feel about what's going on in the Middle East. They don't care how we feel about what's going on in Africa. They don't care how we feel about what's going on in Haiti, Central America, wherever. They don't care. They don't care that it hurts. You know how they care about everything that's going on? Their accounts are getting bigger and bigger and bigger because war makes money. Thank you, Dre. Appreciate you. Bilderberg. First time hearing about it. I always knew there was somebody else. You always hear me say, I always know there is somebody else. Bilderberg. So while we're here chewing up ourselves, having a heart, shedding tears, being vocal, advocating, they still don't care. But thank God there is a God who sits up high and looks down low. But time is the master of everything. And you want to know how I know? Look at what's happening. Imagine the same people whose children would go to locations close to Gaza to be able to witness what's going on and laugh about what's going on. They now have to pack their bags and run. Yeah, they're laughing. Their sentiments, get rid of all of them out of Gaza. Yeah. And now they're running. Why are you running? Stand up. Be brave. Oh. God has the final say in all of this. So they can gather in Sweden, gather wherever, and think that they are so powerful and mighty. They too will have to answer one day for all that they facilitated, all that they condoned, supported. Yeah, they'll have to answer for it. Reminds me of the song. What's the Tupac song? You can't find money for the babies, but you can definitely find money for the wars, huh? Overpopulation, migration, or depopulation, migration. And I shudder to think about that conversation. And I don't know why I feel that it is really about depopulation. And the reason I'm saying that is because of videos that have surfaced with a particular individual who wears googly glasses, who claims that in 20 years, countries across Africa will benefit from his fortune. Right? You got to just suffer for 20 more years, and then you'll get, some recompense for the suffering that I helped you to go through. Right? But we won't go down that avenue. So videos surfaced of googly goggly eyes saying that the world is overpopulated. Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. So I can't, for the life of me, ever think that it had anything positive attached to depopulation in that meeting. Migration. Let's talk about that. We see what's happening here. We see what's happening all over, especially, folks moving across that corridor, that body of water, leaving the top of North Africa, leaving different parts along the North Africa, I should say, trying to get to Italy or wherever they can in Europe. And we see how, what's going on there. When you think about the UK and them wanting to send people to, was it Rwanda? That didn't work out so well. Cost the taxpayers over there in London, in the UK, a lot of money, but it didn't work out. You see how they feel about migrants. So I don't think it's anything good, quite frankly. Nowhere on that list did I see anything about health, poverty. How do we fix these things. It's nowhere. It's nowhere there. You're not going to see it there because it doesn't matter. Poverty is profitable. You know that, right? And that is why I need us to stop fighting against each other. The color of my skin is irrelevant. The texture of my hair, irrelevant. Which country I'm from, irrelevant. My culture, irrelevant. My religious belief, irrelevant. My orientation, irrelevant. All of the things we are here fighting against each other, discriminating against each other, having prejudices against each other, irrelevant. We're playing right into the system that they have created. And we are so dumb that we can't even realize it. Walking around with half a tooth, but hating. Pockets empty, but we're hating. Right? Come on, we got to do better. We have to do better. Right? We are not each other's problems, folks. We're not. We're the 98%. We're the 98%. We are the 98%. Bilderberg. Interesting. So what are we going to do? Can we start by changing how we think and recognize? And you will, as long as you keep coming to Coffee Into, you'll forever hear this message. We have to unite as a people and stop this foolishness. We have to stop the foolishness, the trivial things, worrying about the inconsequentials. Come on, man. It's us in one big boat. We're all in the Titanic, folks. They're in the lifeboats. We're in the Titanic. Worried about what am I going to wear? What am I? Oh my gosh, what neighborhood I live in, what car I'm going to drive. My child, this, my child, that. Oh, this, this and that. We're worried about the wrong things. Trying to separate from each other. Yes, Adasoji, you're Jamaican and you don't drink tea? Away with you. We're worried about the wrong things, folks. We have to work on coming together. And we don't have to agree on everything, but just respect. Let us start with respecting each other. Let us see how we can build each other up. Interestingly, that I'm saying that because I came across a video from a young man. He's Jamaican, very young man. I'm proud of him. I enjoyed watching him. I think it was on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a conversation we've had here. What he spoke about is a conversation we've had here. Hold on, them I have to do a puzzle so I can continue. Hold on. I can't even get it right. Hold on. Okay, got it. Where is he? Gentleman, young fella, where are you? Okay, must have been on TikTok. It's not on Instagram. I thought it was IG. So let me jump to right name TikTok. If more of us at an early age were taught these things, or if at an early age we heard these things and seek to more information, we would be better off. Oh gosh, it's a young Jamaican fella. Lord of mercy, not tell me some lose it. It's something we talk about. I talk about group economics, working together, coming together, being each other's support. Okay, I have to go. I don't know what I did with it. I thought I had it saved, but I guess not. But yeah, folks, see, they're gathering to see how they can control us even more, and we they are fight against one another. Make that make sense. Other soldier, you're closest to Sweden. Have you ever heard about the what name? I forget my name now. Blinderberg.
Bilderberg.
Bilderberg. So me can't even talk.
Bilderberg meetings.
Yeah. Have were you familiar with it?
Obama was invited to one of their meetings when the person declared the presidency. Go to show. Yeah. But again, the kind of world we live in, like you said, we get distracted with the trivialities and absurdities, and we focus on that while they're basically using up resources around us. And here we are. We're about to go into a war, and we're powerless to do anything about it because we've elected, and I use the term loosely, we've elected an egomaniac whose only idea of what is better for humanity is if it affects him personally. So, yeah, and we've got a liar in Downing Street. We've got a genocide denier in the president of the EU. Macron, we don't even know where he stands. He's dilly-dallying. Half of the time, he's getting slapped from his wife. Well, it is what it is, isn't it? So, but truth be told, that's the class of leadership we have. I mean, look at them. They're useless.
That's putting it nicely.
No, there used to be a time when you could say, oh, the leader of the opposition in a government. Who's the leader of the opposition in the United States? Chuck Schumer, the same guy that is advocating for war. The one we have is a Nigerian sister who believes her people are uncivilized and Britain should go and recolonize them. Come on. There's nothing. The only thing we have going for us now is the media and that people are talking to each other across borders. Were that not the case, the world would have gone to pot a long time ago. But the thing again is, even the social media we have, if we're not twerking on it, yeah, exactly. If we're not working on it, we're not having this sort of conversation. We're having sterile conversations. Oh, who is Vibes Cartel going to? Who is he going to dance next to? Who is he going to do a collab with? Who is Burna Boy dating? As if, in the grand scheme of things, that makes any difference to the world. You know.
Nothing is wrong with being entertained, and nothing is wrong with having casual talk. I don't want people to get us wrong because sometimes you have to detach, right? But we cannot ignore. We cannot be ignorant to what's the bigger things going on out there. We have to have some awareness.
Yes, a Roman philosopher, Juvenal, once said, give them bread, which is food, 2 chickens, please, and entertainment, Housewives of Atlanta or wherever it is that you're currently located at, or any other entertainment that, rocks your boat, and never revolt. Go ask half of the people on the street. They probably don't know what's going on in the Middle East.
What happened in 1954?
1954.
That's when Bilderberg was established. 1954. Ja, put it in the chat.
1954. Okay, there was the toppling of the government in Guatemala, Jacobo events. There was, Mossadegh was 59, 54. What was 54? 54, the Mau Mau revolt was still going on in Kenya. Except you tell me, there's a whole raft of things that were happening in that 50s. Not least, let me see, 54.
So we have the Supreme Court's ruling against racial segregation in public schools in Brown versus Board of Education.
Board of Education.
The end of the French Indochina War, the
Yeah.
introduction of the Salk polio vaccine. The United States tested a hydrogen bomb, and West Germany won the FIFA World Cup. What else, Ja?
Yes. Exactly. I mean, see, even the ones I mentioned didn't register because at the time, those were, what do they call them again? They were secret missions.
The Geneva Accords. World Stats. Nasser became Premier of Egypt. Geneva Conference convened to bring peace to Vietnam. Dien Bien Phu, French military outpost in Vietnam, falls. 8-nation Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty signed at Manila. Ja, put it in the chat. You got to tell us. You can't leave us on a limb like that. Why? I guess unless it's with the U.S. with the ruling of school segregation unconstitutional. Not sure. How 1954 changed history. It has to be that Ja is probably referring to what happened in the States with the end to racial segregation in American schools. Look at James. You saw James put it on the chat. Lord have mercy. I can't with James.
I'm not going to be part of that.
Thank you, Henry.
When we talk about the parents of generation and people them born in the 1960s, them get up and they just fly overseas or gone all about the place and then they all start from zero by themselves. Right? Them all go all over the country, all over the world, they start from zero. They don't have the community mentality, they don't have the mindset to come together and pull together resources. Remember me and Bridget in the reason one night. And he said, yo, you have 50 cousins. And you want them in a one group chat and they can't throw together $1,000 US to buy some real estate in Jamaica. They can't even do that. And that's true. Like most people have some big family group chat, but they don't have no family fund. You see what I talk about? Because they don't have that mindset. They don't have the mindset to create wealth together, you know. They have the mindset where the only time you see Jamaican family come together when a funeral. When somebody did that, every time everybody from England, America, all walks of life come together and they eat curry goat and they chat. And some out of the funeral and then ball and then Sunday. But they not think about generational wealth. When we talk about the parents of generation, people them born in the 1960s.
Is he wrong? And not just Jamaica. We are segregated within our families. Yeah, we are. We're segregated within our families, and he's absolutely right. The only time families come together is when there is a funeral, not even wedding, not even weddings, when there's a funeral. The only time money gets pooled in families is when there is a funeral. And the pooling of the resources come in different from either people shuffling the dollars together to pay the funeral home, or someone wanting to take care of the meal. We not come together. People of color do not come together to advance or to invest in generational wealth. We don't. We don't. So what you want to tell me, say, I must blame somebody for holding us back? It's 2025 and we're holding ourselves back. Group economics. Group economics, folks. It works. It works. Look at that. 50 family members in a group chat. Javed, rocks up the calculator there. 50 people in a group chat. 50 family members in a group chat. And even if everybody put on $2,500, that's $125,000. They could have got secure. Let us say it's here in the States. You could go and secure, or let's say 25, or you're able to put down $5,000. That's still $125,000. That's a down payment on an apartment complex. Doesn't have to be a huge apartment complex.
Here's the problem with that moment. Most people don't even have $2,500 in their savings account.
All right, so okay, John. If we say, if you have a family, if you have 25 family members in a group chat, nobody not have no $2,500 right now. None of we. But you want tell me, say, hold on there. Before me run my mouth, hold on. 2,500 divided by 52, and 52 is what? 104 divided by 104. 2,500 divided by 104. You want tell me, say, every week, none of we can put on $25 a week, roughly $24.03 to be exact. We can't put that down per week, every 2 weeks, $48. We can't put that aside. And we make a plan and we say, okay, for the next 2 years, each one of us is going to save up $2,500. Or if we can manage to save up $5,000. So we're just doubling. Instead of $24 a week, we're going to do $48 a week for 2 years. You're going to tell me so we cannot come up with it? We have to have a plan. So if we say, okay, it's 25 of us, we need $125,000 down payment, approximately. Some of us going to have the good credit. Some of us credit going to be better than others, but at least within 2 years, we're giving everybody a chance to clean up what them can clean up, build up them credit how them can. And then in 2 years, everybody should be able to come up with the $5,000 because we have saved. We have put it into a group fund. There's a savings where every week we put in with $48. You want to say that can work? Huh?
Of course it can work.
Okay.
I actually have a list of, if you put down X amount of money each week, this is how much you'll have at the end of the year. I've given it out to people. Even if you stop buying that 1 cup of coffee each day, or let's say you bring your own lunch to work, or you bring your own breakfast, whatever you would have spent each day in that breakfast, put that in the bank each week.
Okay.
And at the end of the year, you'll see how much you'll have.
So we don't have it now, but we can have it in 2 years. Because if we don't do that, 2 years later, we're in the same position. We still not have it because we were not working toward it. The problem with us is we want it right now. We don't want to sit down and work towards something. That is a part of our problem. That's a part of our problem. And even if we said we have saved up $125,000, right? Let us say we have come up with $125,000. And let us say there is no apartment building or a row of townhouses available. And we say, you know something? Let us invest in a single family home. Let us see how we can invest in a single family home or two. After 2 years, we flip that. We cannot get emotionally attached to property. Otherwise, that right there, you're going to lose. So we understand it's a business. After 2 years, We go and save up again, you know. We not just dash for the savings idea, no. We start the savings thing all over again. And we go and put in with $48 every week. When we're ready, and then we put those two houses on the market, and after 2 years, the equity that you're going to pull out, plus what you have saved, you reinvest again. We can go further and accomplish more when we do it together. I'm just trying to teach y'all how to do it. Not y'all, but you know, everyone. I might be planting a seed in someone's head. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, and you're with a group of people or a group of family members where everybody is sick and tired of being sick and tired and wants to change, yearns for change, and you're willing to sacrifice, you have already sacrificed for 20 years, for 30 years, and you're willing to sacrifice for 5 more years, but this time the sacrifice is going to go into something that will eventually have you making money while you're sleeping. You can't do that. You save for 2 years, buy the property as a group. You buy the property, sit down on the property for 2 years, save again. So after 4 years now, you have another savings plus the property. You offload, you start again. You can't do that. It don't matter where you are in the world, it can be done. It can be done. Get creative, folks. Get creative. Instead of, and for, for folks who sit down and say how they can scam, instead of doing that and risking your freedom, why don't the same group of you come together and say, you know what, yeah, we might get a job and the job not pay much, but make we see what we can fix and put to the side, and we group that up together. And then we buy a house, or we buy a piece of land, or we invest, start a business, something, instead of sitting and scam people, knowing that it now going to end well for you anyway. Come on. Instead of grudge the man with what he have or the woman with what she have, how about you ask them, can you teach me? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about walking into a business place and asking a business owner to teach you or to share with you? Not just the good, but the good and the bad, because there were struggles before they became successful. You ever thought about that? They will share with you, They will tell you. They will talk to you. But we're short-sighted. And we make up excuses for everything in the world. Anything on the other excuse for it. You know why? Some of you say there's a way out now, but you've got so comfortable. Some of you're afraid of success. Why are you afraid of success? The challenges that come. The challenges that come with being successful. Listen, success is not an easy road, You're gonna have the pitfalls. Sometimes you're gonna jump over into the valley and the ravines, but you get back up. And when you have those moments where you fall, in the rising back up, you take accountability, you make notes, you look at what you could have done differently. You don't continue making the same mistakes, because guess what? You have another set coming up, My father used to have a saying, as you fix one problem, here comes another. But the problem that you solve prepares you for the next one. You're sharper, wiser, right? You're more experienced now, and you can better handle what is coming along. Success does not happen easily, folks. I tell you that. It's not easy. If you want to become a lawyer, you have to study hard, work hard. You have to sacrifice. If you want to become a doctor, same thing. Study hard, work hard, sacrifice. You want to become a teacher, work hard, study hard, sacrifice. You want anything you want to embark on, you have to make sacrifices along the way. Check your families. Look at your family. If you have family members and we're all constantly complaining, and don't think I'm pointing fingers, I'm taking this for myself too. I'm taking it for myself too. Anything you hear me talk by yourself, you know, me include myself in it too, you know. Because I have to hold myself accountable too. Six are we living at the house. My husband, 4 children. What can we do as a unit? How can we invest as a unit and we all benefit? Yeah. You don't have to go outside, folks. You can't look in at your house. Some of you live with family members. All of you still under the same roof. Explore those possibilities. Explore the options. Come on, man. We have to take our future, take our futures into our own hands. Control as much as what we can, as much as we can. Plan. Plan. If you talk to your family members and them say, not some of the plan that, all right, so you move on to the rest. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
So since we've been speaking, I've been falling down a rabbit hole of this planetary technology and this Bilderberg steering committee.
Palantir and Bilderberg and all that.
Yeah, and I asked I was Googling it and I was like, duh, just go to AI. So I asked AI if anybody that was in this Bilderberg meeting also part of the committee for P 2025. And the name that comes up is the Peter Thiel.
Is one of their major investors?
Just a part of it. I didn't ask about investing or anything like that, but it
Yeah,
said
he's the major investor
of P 2025.
He is a backer of P25 financially, but he's a major investor in Palantir.
I've been falling down this rabbit hole. It says one notable individual who appears in both is Peter Thiel. Thiel, if I'm saying his name right, he has been a long-standing member of the Bilderberg Steering Committee.
Yep. His claim to fame is him and David Sachs, Elon Musk used to own PayPal. And so when they made their money in PayPal, he pushed his money into tech startups, one of which is Palantir. And so the face of Palantir is one clown that claims he's okay if this technology is used to unalive people, and you can make him the face of whatever it is. And the irony is this Peter Thiel chappie can't even string a sentence together. Have you ever heard him speak?
No.
Go watch it and prepare to be amazed of how no matter how
And
much
he sweats a lot too when he starts.
Yeah, and he's also of the Rainbow Coalition.
Interesting.
And his angst was he was outed. That is why, what's the name of that famous online website? What's it called? BuzzFeed. He bankrupted BuzzFeed.
So
using this guy's proxy. What is it? The wrestler, the WWF wrestler, Hulk Hogan.
That's why Hulk was where he was when he was where he was.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Peter Thiel for you.
Stop going down the rabbit hole, Ja. Stop. We don't have any rope long enough to pull you out.
Peter Thiel is a German-American entrepreneur, venture capitalist, political activist, best known as co-founder of PayPal and Palantir Technologies, and as the first outside investor in Facebook. Born in Frankfurt, Germany, in the year that I was born, He moved to the U.S. as a child and later earned degrees in philosophy and law from Stanford University. Teal has played a major role in shaping Silicon Valley's tech and investment landscape. He co-founded the venture capital firm Founders Fund and has backed companies like SpaceX, Airbnb, LinkedIn. He's also known for his contrarian views on technology, politics, society, and often challenges the mainstream.
Look what Alexa put in the chat. So he's an immigrant. Look at that.
And he's also of the opinion that democracy does not work. What did he say again? Yeah, democracy does not work. We need to have a dictator. The United States needs to have a dictator in charge. I mean, if his notion is that Western democracy does not work, there needs to be a strong man, and that strong man should be supported by technology. Hence, when you saw that inauguration where you saw the tech bros, that is his best wet dream ever, and it came true.
All right. Hang tight, TikTok. Hang tight, hang tight. I want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on Jano Radio News and Talk. The show has come to an end for today. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. It is 1 minute before the top of the hour. Thank you so much for being here with me. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. See you tomorrow. And YouTube, thank you. As always, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:35 a.m. Eastern for, imagine tomorrow is Friday already. Yeah, another episode of Coffee in Tow inside the Friday Mix. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House.